Good morning, and thank you all for coming. It's really a full house. It's such a pleasure to see everybody. Welcome to the scholarly symposium entitled Raphael Up Close, Perspectives on Research, which is held in connection with the Met's exhibition, Raphael Sublime Poetry. I'm Carmen Bambach, Marica, and Jan Vilcek, curator of drawings and prints here at the Met. As the organizing curator of the Met's Raphael Sublime Poetry, I would like to acknowledge Morgan Stanley, who is the presenting sponsor of the exhibition, for their support. We are indebted as well to Kenneth C. Griffin and Griffin Catalyst, and Jesse and Charles Price, who provided major funding towards this exhibition. And I offer my heartfelt thanks to the many other individual and institutional donors who made this exhibition possible. Thanks on behalf of the Met and our director, Max Hollein. The Met's exhibition, Raphael Sublime Poetry, will be on view until June 28th, so hurry to see it in the next 12 weeks. The Met is the only venue of the exhibition because the drawings, paintings, prints, and tapestries are rare and so extremely fragile that they cannot travel to another venue. There is a total of 237 works in the exhibition, and of these, 175 works are by Raphael, drawings and paintings selected from museums, public institutions, and private collections from around the world. We are profoundly grateful to the 62 museums, institutions, and collectors who have so generously lent their precious works to the Met's exhibition. Many of the directors and curators from those museums are here with us today. And again, on behalf of our director, Max Hollein, and the team at the Met, heartfelt thanks. So the objective of the Met's exhibition is to give a glimpse over the artist's shoulder so as to understand the intimacy of Raphael's creative process. As we know, in his remarkably prolific career, Raphael excelled as a draftsman and painter, as a designer of tapestries and theatrical sets, as an architect, architectural theorist, and erudite scholar of ancient Rome and its museums and its monuments. The Met's exhibition presents the artist's career arranged roughly along the chronology of his short career. There are 142 drawings by Raphael and 33 of his paintings in the show. I've emphasized certain key themes of Raphael's career, such as his imagery of the Madonna and Child, his portraits, as well as his extremely well-organized use of studio assistants to complete numerous projects. I've presented Raphael's paintings and drawings of the Madonna and Child not only in their artistic context, but have also noted their religious significance and deeper meaning of this imagery as we consider the shockingly high mortality of young women of childbearing age and high mortality of children. Therefore, in the exhibition, you will also see Andrea del Verrocchio's and Ferrucci's magnificent marble relief of the death of Francesca Pitti Tornabuoni in childbirth coming from the Bargello in Florence. There are 142 drawings by Raphael integrated into the selection of works in the exhibition, and most of these, I would like to emphasize, are rarely exhibited together. Even scholars do not always have easy access to Raphael's drawings in most museums. Therefore, in the exhibition, preparatory drawings are often seen in relationship to paintings. For instance, our visitor can see the Alba Madonna with the preparatory studies on both sides of the sheet from the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Lille. By bringing together very large groups of Raphael's drawings, we hope to support scholars and students in their close study of Raphael's drawings as part of his oeuvre, and have that published that way and studied into the future that way. Raphael's drawings have all too often been treated as images in books or as comparisons for paintings, and all too often drawings are studied from photographs. To emphasize, photographs of drawings entirely flatten the topography of both the drawn marks and the paper. In photographs, we stop seeing the evidence of the creative process on the paper as a continuum in time. Where and how does the artist start on the paper, for example? How does he search for the poses of a figure? What does he struggle with, and what does he omit? How does he change his style and technique when having to draw large drawings for frescoes with forms that need to be seen from a far viewing distance? An example is Raphael's very rare cartoon fragment for the fresco of the Disputa in the Stanza della Segnatura, which is bold and gestural with little blending of tones. Raphael's cartoon has an almost feral energy. The exhibition also presents this fresco fragment by Raphael from the Accademia Nazionale di San Luca in Rome, with a new proposal that it was part of the decoration above a fireplace in a destroyed room in the Vatican Palace. Above this fireplace, this fresco of a Puto flanked the coat of arms of Pope Julius II with another accompanying Puto. The connoisseurship of Raphael's drawings is complex, and there are a number of questions about authorship. The possibility, again, of seeing the 142 drawings by Raphael in the Metz exhibition sprinkled throughout the artist's career will hopefully stimulate further questions, ideas, and comments about authorship, and more importantly, about the functions of drawings. The Metz exhibition presents a number of reattributions of drawings and paintings, which I've suggested, and of course, such conversations continue. For example, I have sought to display the monumental altarpiece of the Ecstasy of Saint Cecilia from the Pinacoteca Nazionale di Bologna, next to this drawing seen here on the left from the Petit Palais in Paris. The Paris drawing at left here has usually been studied from photographs, and the attribution to Raphael has repeatedly been rejected in the literature. This drawing is discussed in the Metz exhibition as Raphael's discarded demonstration drawing, or modello, for the altarpiece sent from Rome, where Raphael intended to paint the altarpiece, to the patron Elena Daglioli dell'Olio in Bologna. The enlarged details of this drawing from the Petit Palais in Paris prove the technical virtuosity of the modeling in washes and gouache highlights, supporting the attribution to Raphael. You see, for example, an abundance of exploratory underdrawing in black chalk, and if we study the sheet up close, there are numerous changes of design that only the creator of the composition could have had this all in mind. On display at the Met are 4 of Raphael's magnificent drawings from Chatsworth, which have not been seen in recent exhibitions on the greater artists. They are all integrated within larger sequences of design. And I think as you visit the exhibition, you'll see many more surprising juxtapositions. My favorite drawing of the Renaissance. This study for the Apostles in the Transfiguration from the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford helps us better understand why Raphael continued to be idolized as the supreme Italian Renaissance artist from about 1510 to the late 19th century, especially in the Victorian age. But the history of changing tastes has also greatly affected Raphael's fame during the course of 3 centuries, and eventually has led to the lesser appreciation of Raphael in the 20th and 21st centuries. As a modern and contemporary public, we are perhaps at times overly comfortable with the expressive power of abstract art. and Raphael's paintings may seem, therefore, often too perfect in their technical virtuosity, too easily graceful and harmonious in their compositions and use of color. But to look only at his paintings is to get Raphael's story only half right. The final paintings do not articulate the full, arduous journey of Raphael's creativity that is manifest in his drawings. The numbers, varieties, and types of Raphael's drawings speak with moving immediacy and a timeless modernity. Raphael's drawings vividly demonstrate how he studiously and patiently experimented on paper with a tremendous creative force. So the journey through Raphael's drawings allows us to say that the almost preternatural perfection and harmonies in Raphael's paintings were the result of a very hard-won victory. So the symposium today, Raphael Up Close, Perspectives on Research, brings together a highly distinguished group of scholars from many different institutions. They speak about their exciting new findings on many different aspects of Raphael's career and work. Discoveries continue to emerge, especially as Raphael's drawings and paintings are examined with new scientific imaging, instrumentation, and methodologies. So our first speaker is actually Dr. Barbara Jatta, director of the Vatican Museums, and she will offer a keynote speech. It is a tremendous pleasure to introduce Dr. Barbara Jatta and welcome her back to the Met. There is a long-standing friendship between the Vatican Museums and the Met. Dr. Barbara Jatta has held numerous distinguished positions over a long career. From 1981 to 1996, she collaborated with the Istituto Nazionale per la Grafica in Rome, working first as a restorer of works on paper and then on the cataloging of drawings and prints there. Since the 1990s, Dr. Jatta has taught widely at a variety of institutions. From 1996 to 2016, she was the director of the prints department at the Vatican Apostolic Library. And Pope Benedict XVI appointed her as curator of prints at the Vatican Apostolic Library in 2010. Dr. Jatta has organized numerous exhibitions and has published widely in the field of the history of graphics and art. And in January 2017, Pope Francis appointed Dr. Jatta as the director of the Vatican Museums, the site of the enormous and celebrated papal collections in the Vatican Palace. For her leadership, Dr. Jatta has received many honors, and these include her being named to the Order of the Stella d'Italia, the Royal Order of the Polar Star, and being named an officer of the Order of the Arts and Letters, and as a Chevalier in the Order of the Legion of Honor. In 2023, Pope Francis appointed her as consultant to the Holy See's Department, or the Dicastery for Culture and Education. We will hear from Dr. Jatta in great depth about Raphael in the Vatican Museums. And please join me in welcoming Dr. Barbara Jatta.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be here today, and it's a great honor, as Carmen Bambach told, to be back to the Met, where friendship is between the two institutions, not only between the person in charge of it, but between the two institutions. A greeting to Max Hollane, but a special greeting to Carmen and to all the staff that organized the exhibition. I just briefly saw it this morning, and it's beautiful. For the one who are in the audience and haven't seen it yet, please take the opportunity of today to see it, or go in the next 5 weeks to see it, because it's the only occasion. Carmen is too humble to say that it's the only and unique and first exhibition devoted to the great and the sublime Raphael ever done in such a way in the US. So it's really something that we owe to Carmen, to her staff, and to the Metropolitan in a wide sense. My speech today will be on Raphael Sanzio di Urbino, key figure of beauty, of harmony, of taste, and creative inspiration for generations of painters, sculptors, decorators, architects, and artists. A universal artist, Raphael, who provided Western figurative civilization with a supreme model of beauty. To fully understand Raphael is necessary to come to the Vatican. We all know that, and forgive my colleagues of the symposium because they represent also other aspects and other time and period of Raphael's career, but to fully understand him, you need to come to the Vatican. It's true, sorry. We start for the monumental entrance, conceived for the opening of the general public desired by Pius XI after the Lateran Treaty of 1929. On the entrance portal, as you can see, opened by the architect Giuseppe Momo, in full-length images of Michelangelo and Raphael on the gateway to enter the museums, Achille Ratti wanted, apart from his coat of arms, wanted the two key figures, the universal figure of the Vatican Museum, Michelangelo Buonarroti and Raphael. And then upon entering in, if you have a ticket in your hand, each visitor have the icon image of Plato and Aristotle from the School of Athens in the Stanza della Segnatura that reminds you that this is the must-see fresco for anyone visiting the papal collections. And so wonderful, the Raphael collection, not only the Stanza della Segnatura, but also the other collections. For centuries, people, artists, visitors, grand tourists, diplomats came to the Vatican to admire and learn about the classical antiquities and Raphael of the stanze of the loggias. They did not come to for the obscure and dramatic Michelangelo Buonarroti of the Sistine Chapel, pre-restoration. Of course, the chapel was a chapel, and so it was complex to come. Raphael was the key of beauty, so that really everybody, all the people I mentioned, were coming for Raphael and the antiquities. Raphael, as you see from the slide, worked 12 years in Rome. His stays in Rome is from 1508 to 1520. And apart from the work of Agostino Chigi and a few other patrons, basically his Roman activity was for two great popes, Julius II della Rovere and Leo X Medici. An incredible moment in art, a unique conjuncture that saw so many artists of papal court working together in the same time. Carmen Bambach knows that very well because in the same time we have Leonardo for a while during the pontificate of Leo X, but also Michelangelo working in the same time and so many others. So really a wonderful conjuncture of a Rome, of a Belvedere, incredible. So again, to fully understand Raphael is necessary to come to the Vatican and to the Vatican Museum. And thanks to him, we have the privilege to be a repository of the most important painting cycles of the great Urbino artist. You saw the Rome of, with the picture of the Urbino of the Pope Julius II, but what Raphael have done in those years? You see from this slide, he worked for the Segnatura room, he worked for the apartment of Julius II and then Leo X for la stanza dell'Iodoro, la stanza dell'incendio, the great Constantine Hall under Leo X. But also, Raphael worked in the Apostolic Palace linked to the Cardinal Bibbiena, the so-called loggetta and stufetta, the stove, where he began to experiment with the encaustic technique of ancients, and also that happy union between fresco and stucco. Carmen, in her introduction, mentioned the creativity and the incredible knowledge of Raphael as a draftsman, but also as a experimental master of different techniques or different aspects of the art in a wide sense, of beauty in the wide sense. This is the stove. But Raphael in the Vatican means also the celebrated loggias, that is the extensive workshop, his extensive workshop realized between 1516 to 1529, so 29 years after his suddenly death on the 6th of April of 1520, but his workshop continues even after the sack of Rome to work on this, that we can consider the destination and the myth of centuries of artists and grand tourists and amateurs that were searching beauty, and the beauty linked to the ancient legacy and tradition. The Sistine Chapel also, we always identify it with Michelangelo, but we owe to the great Quattrocentisti, to Perugino, to Ghirlandaio, to Botticelli, to Cosimo Rosselli, to Signorelli, the great cycle of fresco of the Quattrocento. But it's also to Raphael that we owe the iconographic, theological, and catechetical completion of that universal place with the creation of the precious tapestries, with the stories of apostles, specifically with the stories of St. Peter's and St. Paul, the patron saints of the Eternal City and of Roman Church. In 1514, and I can tell you the exhibition organized and curated by Carmen Bambach and her staff fully really define all the different aspects of Raphael. And so a major part is devoted also to the fact that in 1514, at the death of Bramante, Donato Bramante, an Urbinate architect like Raphael, Raphael was appointed Architetto della Fabbrica di San Pietro, architect of the Basilica of St. Peter's. And then, thanks to Julius II, at the beginning of the 16th century, was thanks to Julius II, started to be renovated. But in 1515, he was also, appointed and received the post of conservator of antiquity, an important role for all the excavations and all the incredible antiquities that were found and were in the Eternal City in the time of Raphael. So it was really a key figure, a key important position that Raphael received. But there are also other works in the Vatican Museum, in the Vatican collection, that were not commissioned by popes or cardinals or the Curia in a wide sense, but arrived during the centuries and are from the great master. The first is in 1711, thanks to Pope Clement XI Albani, he purchased from the Teatini in San Silvestro al Quirinale the St. Peter's and St. Paul by Raphael and Fra Bartolomeo. We are here, Maurizio Michelozzi from the Uffizi, and a few years ago we organized a joint exhibition with the Cartoni of the two wonderful paintings, Fra Bartolomeo and Raphael. But in 1518, thanks to Canova, but indirectly because of Napoleon and his Campagne d'Italia and his grandiose and incredible project for the Musée Universel in the Louvre, arrived 3 beautiful altarpieces in the Pinacoteca Vaticana, through which it's possible to have an effective synthesis of the different artistic phases of the great Raphael. The youthful Palaodi that you can see in this image with this predella that is in the exhibition, and I didn't put a slide of the predella, so you will go to see it directly in the exhibition. The delicate and mature and wonderful Madonna di Foligno, and the distruttive trasfigurazione, la più bella, la più celebrata, la più divina, quoting Giorgio Vasari, artist's last work. And then again, we have the Predella della Pala Baglioni, depicting the theological virtues, the faith, hope, and charity, predella, which has the same fate of so many other works, looted works, Paris, and then the Vatican. The predella of the Palaodi was coming from Perugia, the Madonna di Foligno from Foligno, the Trasfigurazione from San Pietro Montorio, and they all pass in Paris and then arrived not back to their own place, but to papal collections. So again, to well understand Raphael, sorry to repeat, it's important to come to the Vatican. But that's why we do, for all this reason, in the Vatican Museum Institution, we do care to these artists in a special way. Alessandra Rodolfo, Paolo Violini, and all other curators knows very well the attention that we give. And for the great celebration of the Anno Sanzio, we rename this 2020 celebrating 500 years from the Raphael death, Anno Sanzio, not Anno Santo, but Anno Sanzio, we were really ready to organize it in the best way. Pandemic arrived, we all know what we have passed in those years, but here as an example of what we have done. But what we started on February 2020, before pandemic, on Monday, 17 February, an epoch-making event took place in the Vatican in a wide sense, not only in the Vatican Museum. The extraordinary exhibition of Raphael tapestry in the Sistine Chapel. Alessandra Rodolfo, that is here with us today, was the promoter and part of this incredible project. And yesterday in the pre-symposium, she gave in the exhibition a competent and an explication of what are these incredible tapestries conceived by Raphael and for the Sistine Chapel. 5 centuries of history now makes these works as universally and as context for which they are commissioned by the humanist pope and lover of art that was Lorenzo il Magnifico's son, the refined and aesthetic Giovanni de' Medici, Pope Leo X, who wanted them for the Magna Chapel of the Vatican palaces, the Cappella Sistina. The chapel was already, as we know, frescoed by the Quattrocentisti and later by Michelangelo's genius in the vault, but was completed in his role, as I mentioned before, as a visual catechesis by this cycle concerning the apostles and specifically the 2 patrons of Rome, Peter and Paul. The Sistine Chapel was at that time the representative place of Roman Church. The basilica was under construction, so it was a cantiere. And therefore, he had the desire to imprint his sign in his own passage there, after his predecessor, Julius II, that commissioned the Quattrocentisti, and Julius II that commissioned Michelangelo the Vault. Leo X did it together with Raphael, these incredible movable works of art, tapestry, which once the new St. Peter's have been completed, could also have been used in other ways, as they were later they were, and were at the time the best expression of papal pomp and wealth. Flemish tapestry, they were sewed in the incredible workshop of Peter van Els in Brussels, were the finest manifestation of collecting of the court and cardinals of the Europe of that time, but also highly effective means of celebrations and propaganda. And the important commission from the Pope to Raphael address a precise iconographical choice. The story of St. Peter and St. Paul, I repeat, wanted to depict the completion of the narrative of the succession of the event of this gospel connected with the fresco representation of the walls of the vault, and to complete the grandiose tale of history, of humanity, and revelation. Few months before the artist's ultimately and suddenly death, so it was December, the 26th of December, 1519, for the Feast of St. Stephen's, the first 7 tapestries of the series were exhibited at the presence of his illustrious patron, the Pope Leo X, Raphael, and of course the entire Curia of that time, incredible and refined Curia. The master of ceremonies of a papal palace chapel, Paris de Gracis, noted that in universal judgment, nothing more than beautiful have never been seen in the world. To have the Sistine Chapel completed by the tapestries of Raphael just arrived. We are now having a full, in the exhibition here at the Met, there are some replicas because they were incredibly had an incredible fortune, but we lent one tapestry. It was impossible to lend them all, and Carmen understood that very well, but the lending of one of them give everybody the opportunity to see the incredibly workmanship of Peter van Els and Raphael drawings. Here you have the different tapestries that we all hanged in February 2020 in the Sistine Chapel, in a unique event ever to have them all. And this is one of the, and for the tapestry, a long-term studies, and we publish, thanks to Anna Maria de Strobel and to Alessandra Rodolfo, we publish an incredible volume on them that have seen the collaboration of many specialists, Arnold Nesserat, Cecilia Mazzetti Petralata, and specifically Anna Maria de Strobel, who study the 10th tapestry in frieze with the season and hours in all aspects, technique, sources, comparison with all the different replicas that were done in the different court of Europe of that time, but the different graphic analysis and mass exhaustive and extremely useful information book. But then pandemic arrived. This is a scaring image, but we have decided to have a symposium that was held in September 2021, not in 2020, and many other. And so we have given to the opportunity to scholars of Raphael to be in the Vatican and share ideas and share content. And this is the volume of the Anno Sanzio. But then other projects were done after 2020. The new lighting of the room number 8, where the tapestry are, and where the 3 major altarpieces, the Odi, Foligno, and Trasfigurazione are. This was the shape where they will look like before 2020, and then we have decided, and Paolo Violini knows very well, that we found some in a very dusty crate containing ancient gilded wooden frames of the three paintings that were taken off from the painting, and so we have decided to put them back, to restore them, and to put them back and give a new light, and this is how they look today. So we do care of Raphael very much into, and this was a project done with the Ufficio del Conservatore and with the Directorate of Infrastructure of the Governorate of the Vatican City State and Ostrom company that provided for the lighting. And this is how they look in room number 8 of the painting gallery, together with the lighting of the tapestries. But also we did restore for that time, and it was the workshop, the laboratory of painting workshop that is the oldest in terms of timing established in the Vatican museums, and in 2023 which have celebrated the 100 years from this laboratory, and we have decided to restore also the Odi altar piece, the youth and Peruginesque, incredible and beautiful painting that Paolo Violini in the workshop and in the Laboratorio di Restauro Pitture dei Musei restored. But many were the restoration devoted to the stanze and to Raphael. This is only, we started in 1980 and we just finished in 2024. And thanks to many people, I was only the last director to arrive, and the one who was there for the Anno Sanzio, but really there are many. Carlo Pietrangeli started La stanza dell'incendio di Borgo in 1980 and 1994, with Gianluigi Colalucci coordinating them between 1995 and 1999. Under the direction of Francesco Buranelli, La stanza della segnatura was restored, coordinated by Maurizio De Luca between 2002 and 2012. And then under the direction of Antonio Paolucci, La stanza di Eliodoro was restored and coordinated by Maria Pusca. And finally, the Salone di Costantino. I show you some more images. The beautiful Parnaso, 1996. Eliodoro. That's why we have so wonderful images that we are able to lend to the Metropolitan, and for the restitution, and congratulations also with the restitution that gives to all visitors of the exhibition the idea of entering in the San Raffaello without being in the Vatican. It was impossible to detach the frescoes and bring them here, but it's a wonderful solution, and we are very lucky to live in a digital area. Then after Paolucci, it was continued under his time with the Constantine Hall, with Francesca Perzegati coordination, and Fabio Piacentini, director of the works, but coordinated first by Guido Cornini and then by the beloved and colleague Guido Cornini, that is not anymore with us, but now his witness is taken by Fabrizio Biferali, with the competent Fabrizio Biferali. And we owe to the wonderful Sala di Costantino. This was the previous image was before the restoration. This is after the restoration. We owe that to our patrons of the arts in the Vatican museums, an incredible group of friends, specifically for the Sala di Costantino. The Constantine Hall was the chapter of New York, and we owe to Donna D'Urso and all the group of the board. Here we have some representatives, Gregory Ussani, Anthony McLaughlin, and others that were really supportive in this magnificent work. You can have some sample, but Paolo Violini will tell you much more later today about the technique of restoration, about what we have found. We already share part of this, but finally the Constantine ceiling was finished in 2024 to be ready with the Constantine Hall in, that's a ceiling, incredible and beautiful ceiling of the time of Sisus V, so it's a later ceiling. Thanks to the group of the patrons and Donna D'Urso and others. And this is with our president of the governorate of the Vatican City-State. Many other Raphael initiatives, the Piatti di Casal Gandolfo, some Urbinati dishes that we have from the Urbino collection, but also photographs from our photographic gallery devoted to the movement, to the placement of the images. But what's the future? What's the future intention of our institution to Raphael? There will be the lodges. The lodges, we started a brainstorming a few years ago, and then we started, here you can see Paolo Violini, Francesca Persegati, Fabrizio Biferali, and others, and Guido Cornini also, he was there. These are the loggia, the second loggia, the one where Raphael hands and conceivement was more strongly than other lodges. And we started to think how to preserve a place that was conceived as loggia, so open for century was open. Only under, in the 19th century, under Pius IX, some windows were put into the spaces that were conceived as loggia, so for century were at the heat, at the wet, at the cold of the Roman weather. And it's a place where, as I mentioned, the school of Raphael, all his incredible workshop were able to give the best in terms of model of antiquity, renovated into a new dialogue, but a new linguaggio, a new way of me. And this, as I mentioned before, was the place where, for centuries, diplomats, artists, amateurs wanted to come and see them because they were considered the work to see for this passage from ancient to the contemporary art. They were very damaged, so we had two pilot projects. The technique of stucco and frescoes of the Antichi, of course, you know they are coming from the Domus Aurea kind of work. So Raphael together and after Pinturicchio was the one together with his workshop to go down in the cave and in the grottos of the Domus Aurea and other places in Rome where that's why the name of grottesche, which are depicted in the lodges. And we started with two pilot and very, very delicate restoration. It's not an easy restoration. It's a very complex restoration that took only for a small piece to put a sort of statement, a sort of protocol how to deal with this fragile witness of Raphael, incredible mastership. We worked for more than 2 years in 2 different times on a small section with using a laser also you can have for the cleaning. So a new method, very, very delicate, not to take off anything, and to also to be aware to preserve some graphics and some inscriptions that during the century very even important people left in this amazing place. Little damages restored, but with care, with attention, like an incredible laboratory of paintings like the one of the Vatican museums can do. I'm always saying that I'm a lucky restorer, I'm a lucky director because I have a great team and great and professional people. It's almost 100 people that work in-house, and we are started after these 2 pilot projects. We have started on the 15th, so 3 days ago of April, a group of 16 restorers that were hired specifically for this restoration project that will be coordinated by Paolo Violini, helped by Angela Cerreta, coordinated in a wide sense by the director, by myself, because I think that this is an important project to be followed directly as a scholar also than as a director. And it's an amazing, that's the result of the pilot. This is before and this is after the restoration, the cleaning. And this is the 2 before and after. If you look carefully, you can see an amazing difference and un recupero, I don't know exactly how to say that in a conservative kind of taking and giving more a new light to a place which was really damaged and with a complex and tragical situation, conservation situation. And so this will be the future. Hopefully, with Carmen, we will organize with you a conference, maybe in the Vatican or here. When this project will be finished, it will be a 4 or 5 years project, but if God gives us life, and this is the team, happy team of the Loggia, because really this is the future. And so you're all very welcome to come to the Vatican and see also the Loggia. Thank you.
So we all have gotten the message. We need to visit the Vatican museums. So this first session, after Barbara's brilliant speech, is dedicated to the oeuvre of the Young Raphael, and we will be hearing 3 papers on the subject. And just to say a little bit the rule that we will be doing, I'll be introducing the speakers one after another for the session, and then they will present. So I would like to introduce all 3 speakers at this point. Anna Maria Ambrosini Massari, Dr. and Professor Anna Maria Ambrosini Massari is full professor of modern art history at the University of Urbino. And I should say that modern art history, of course, in Italy is something quite different from the United States. So modern art history would probably begin about what we call the Middle Ages and forward. And Professor Ambrosini Massari is the director of the Uniburb Research Center, and it's an international art research center. She is distinguished author of many articles, essays, and books, and from whom I've learned so much, and an exhibitions curator. She most recently collaborated on the monographic exhibition on Federico Barocci in 2024 and Simone Cantarini in 2025, organized by the Galleria Nazionale delle Marche at the Palazzo Ducale in Urbino. They were beautiful exhibitions. Laura Teza is professor of modern art history, and you know the range, at the Department of Humanities at the Università degli Studi di Perugia, so the university in Perugia. And she is a scholar who has published widely about Italian Renaissance art from central Italy, particularly on Perugino, his school, and the youth of Raphael. And Professor Teza really is the authority on paintings and the social history of art of this particular region. I have learned so much from her research, and much of it also integrated into the catalog. Dr. Tulia Carratù is the art historian officer of the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro in Rome, and depends from the Ministry of Culture. And she has also lectured very widely in modern art history at many international events and the School of Advanced Training. And Dr. Carratù was especially the art historian who was in charge of following the conservation of the standard or the banner from Città di Castello that we have in the exhibition that was especially conserved for us to display at the Met. So please join me now in welcoming Professor Anna Maria Ambrosini Massari to the stage.
So, morning everybody, and it's a great honor being here with you, and I would first like to thank our Sublime, Carmen Bambach, for this very special, precious invitation on a unique occasion. And I want to thank also the Met Dream Team for the attentive and perfect assistance. The well-known contract for the Baronci Chapel in Città di Castello, for the Baronci Altarpiece for the chapel in Città di Castello, described Raphael at 17 years of age as Magister. Emblematic to the high regard enjoyed by this very young artist is another document, either to neglect it, and it is a legal record dated May 4, 1500, in which we find, so far unique case, Raphael present at a hearing held in Urbino in a dispute opposing him to his stepmother concerning the testamentary bequest of his father, Giovanni Santi. The appellation illustris, you can read the text, illustris Raphael, reserved for a 17-year-old boy who was not of noble birth, enlighten on how much the artist had evidently already made a name for himself. The document must also be carefully weighed in order to reflect on the prolonged absence of Raphael from Urbino. Having turned 14, she should have been required to attend the hearings, but he never, a part of the case I told, he never appears as present. Which means he was not in Urbino. This is very important to think that this period is compatible, in my opinion, with a phase of training and experimentation alongside the important master Perugino. We have some rare graphic and pictorial evidence of this in for the resurrection by Raphael for San Paolo del Brasile, in dialogue with analogous inventions by the masters, such as the resurrection for San Francesco al Prato and the San Pietro Politic in Perugia, where Raphael draws for him, but also for Perugino, as he does for the Collegio del Cambio project, and here is a very famous drawing of this kind, but I think also in the drawing for the predella of Peruginos in the Durante Altarpiece for the Church of Santa Maria Nuova in Fano. Here I show you, for the first time, the altarpiece in Fano, recently returned to its altar in the Church of Santa Maria Nuova after an admirable restoration by the Opificio delle Pietre Dure. Here we can see the scenographic recurrent organization by Perugino, where we see figure in the foreground, architecture, the gray, elegant architecture, and landscape background. This is the evolution of a composition and module that Perugino developed from the early 70s through to the end of the 90s. Its reflection could already be clearly seen in the Baronci altarpiece, destroyed altarpiece we have fragment, but we can see here very similar can be observed in Perugino, similar construction in Perugino's nearly contemporary Saint Sebastian now in the Louvre, and we can see in this well-known copy of the by Ermenegildo Costantini in 1791, where we see nonetheless is although partial, nonetheless allow us to clearly visualize the feature of these structures, including the typical Peruginesque floor with large panels, and above all, it makes, I think it's important because it makes it possible to see the landscape background, a crystal clear and unmistakable Peruginesque legacy, foreign both to Santi and to Pinturicchio, especially in this such a fused and poetical way, thus reaffirming Perugino as Raphael's primary and foundational master. This is a point I wish to stress on this important occasion, the question central to my research, especially since 2015. I am the last wheel of a long tradition, something that Silvia Ferrino recently called From Vasari to Longhi, of how much Perugino's artistic model influenced even Raphael's very earliest formation. This influence was undoubtedly mediated by Giovanni Santi, aware of indicating to his son the newest and most appropriated model, the Perugino, which enabled him to perceive with great sensitivity the emerging new trends that, in the figure of Perugino, found the perfect synthesis between the Florence of Verrocchio and the great Piero della Francesca tradition. A suggestive, evocative comparison between the luminous geometries of Piero's flagellation and those in the portrait of Elisabetta Gonzaga, that now, if, as Carmen brilliantly said, if begun by Giovanni Santi, the more better expresses the essence of this formal perception. Perugino developed the legacy of Piero. We see just some example of this idea, this artistic vision that is the legacy of Piero. And undoubtedly, Peruginesque is the model underlying the invention of the Apostle by Giovanni Santi in the Galleria Nazionale delle Marche in Urbino, where you have to come. It's not Vatican Museum, but we wait you also in the little Urbino. And this is important because you see this gives substance to their relationship and above all to Santi's attention to Perugino's model already in works produced in the early 80s. The same for the scheme of the Muses in Florence now, but executed by Giovanni Santi for the homonymous tempietto of Federico and Guidobaldo in the Ducal Palace in the early 80s. The drawing for the Clio, though more static, has a dynamic Peruginesque and Florentine root in the flickering, undulating folds of the drapery, which seemed to echo in the much more dynamic drawing for the predella of Fano, that I think can reopen the problem. It's a problem of the autograph by Young Raphael, who must certainly have studied stimulating by his father that Florentine culture of which Perugino was the standard bearer through Italy. When not far from the date of the contract of the Durante altarpiece in Fano by Perugino, April 1488, Giovanni Santi too delivered an altarpiece with the visitation of Mary to Elizabeth, still in situ. An opportunity, perhaps, to discover, Okay. An opportunity to rediscover Perugino at work and perhaps to give shape to Vasari's account, at least of an initial introduction of the child to the master, which, considering that Perugino's work was completed, signed, and dated in 1497, becomes a preliminary episode for their future collaboration that takes form in the second half, according to my opinion, of the 90s. The powerful impression of Perugino's work in Fano, seen most probably by drawings and cartoons he realized there, was seen by Santi, and we found it in upper section of the Buffi Altarpiece by Santi, 1489, from the Annunciation by Perugino, and in the Madonna and Child in the frescoes of San Domenico by Santi in Cagli, and from the same Madonna and Child from the Durante Altarpiece. So we see the attention by Santi's attention to Perugino art. Stated this is certain, I think that the plastic intelligence of the Madonna in the Santi household cries out the name of Raphael. Raphael or Giovanni Santi, but Raphael is important because this is an element, I think, less present in the father's work. This kind of stereometric vision and monumental memory of model like Donatello, Spazzi, Madonna, I think it's possible. It's totally by Raphael, a model that anticipates later outcomes, particularly the Madonna and Child in Pasadena. The interplay between the fresco in the Santi house and the story of the Virgin in Perugino's Fano altarpiece cannot be overlooked. Not only in the now classic image proposed by Longhi in an important article in 1955, the title of my contribution derives from this article about the young Raphael, and he says that only Raphael knew the secrets of Piero, something so intimate in understanding the vision, the huge vision of the art of Piero della Francesca, but here we see not only this relation, but also, my opinion, a new inventive atmosphere, a new compositional measure. These not necessarily imply absolutely that Raphael authorship of the predella in the altarpiece, but rather suggest his activity of study and experimentation alongside the master, also in Fano and above all in drawing. It is on the level of collaboration in graphic experimentation of an inventive nature, as will become clear shortly thereafter alongside Pinturicchio in Siena, that we can examine sketches on the verse of an important drawing by Raphael connected to the banner of For Città di Castello. On this drawing, we can see two very rapid studies for a Virgin in Annunciation, turning with a sudden movement, seemingly explored into possible poses, one even without drapery, thus following the well-known practice that reflects original study rather than derivation. The relationship between the sketches and the painting by Perugino, Ranieri Annunciation, is intriguing, but I think it's enough that one might hypothesize, if not authorship, at least again, an inventive contribution by Raphael, an inventive, more in general, graphic experimentation aside Perugino. Returning to the drawings for the predella in Fano, we must remember that when in 1983 was discovered the drawing at the center for the Nativity of the Virgin in the predella, the drawings was, I refer only to the two sheets with 4 drawings for the predella. The other group is more complex, related, I think, to Perugino. So only the two for the predella. was discovered the nativity on the back of the drawing, and the group of drawings attributed to Pinturicchio passed to Perugino, but they passed because of the connection with the Altarpiece in Fano that is by Perugino. This is important to me because in the style of these drawings, there is a fluent display of Perugine stylist registers, but also accents derived from Pinturicchio, tension from Signorelli, mediated by Giovanni Santi, so more master that surely not Perugino at the time looked, but there was every of these master was important to Raphael, especially Perugino. Alongside Perugino emerged a graphic style that dwells on shadows and emphasizes the transition of drapery through the characteristic use of hooked strokes, unguelli, so typical of Perugino, yet applied to figures animated by a new vitality, as in the maidservant with the basin here, where one may observe the vigor of the hand grip in the handle. Not unlike what we find in the youthful and secure drawing by Raphael of, for example, St. John the Evangelist after Donatello, then on the facade of the Florentine dome, probably derived from Perugino's own material or seen with Perugino in Florence. Yesterday we talked about this important document of Raffaello could be in Florence with Perugino, and Roberto Longhi said it, point out this since 1955. But anyway, this drawing is important because we found these two registers, also opposite, often opposite, very different drawing register of Raffaello, a fusion of the executional variants seen in the drawings for the maidservants of the Fano Predella, Peruginesque hooked stroke, marking the shadows, but also with a sparing line used to modulate light with great sensitivity, revealing the all-encompassing investigative approach intrinsic to Raphael from his earliest beginning. We can follow this inventive phase of Raphael with its alternation of registers in a striking continuity. We can see this is first reflected in the sketch for the angel in the Baronci Altarpiece, softly rendered in the Lille drawing, or in the study for a saint in the Louvre, variation on a theme that would give rise to the figures of St. Catherine of Alexandria. The execution, this is just to show the difference. Perugino, it's a sort of different beauty. Perugino is not less beautiful than Raphael. It's a different kind of beauty. Especially, we see different sense of movement, of action. It's a different way of see the vision, the artistic vision. So you see the female figure, Perugino and Raphael. The execution in a few dramatic strokes of extreme purity and speed, yet marked by a refined sense of direction and even scenographic awareness, characterized the study for the Nativity. That such a process of invention may have been carried forward, at least to the stage of preparing small cartoons, is suggested, as Mina Gregori accurately notes, by the drawing of the hand of the maidservant. You see the lower part of the drawings, of the servant offering a dish to Saint Anne in the bed. The representation raises the problem of perspectival definition and suggests a project, at least at the stage of preparing a cartoon, a responsibility analogous to that entrusted to Raphael by Pinturicchio in the Piccolomini library. That Raphael may have drawn also for the other scenes of the Predella is, in my opinion, demonstrated not only by this sketch on the back of one of the drawings with the maidservant carrying a jug on her head, the figure representing one of the men breaking the stroke, but there is another significant element. How else one can explain, in fact, the presence of Ionic columns in two scenes of the Fano Predella, presentation in the temple and the marriage of the Virgin? This is a choice that cannot be overlooked, considering that Perugino had never before employed this typology, never, preferring instead the pier. How much this choice relates to full adherence to the maniera moderna would later be demonstrated definitely in the respective solution for the marriage, the celebrated marriage of the Virgin by Perugino in Caen and by Raphael in Brera. At the same time, one must not forget how the column, also Ionic, evokes the cultural environment of the Ducal Palace in Urbino. Here in the magnificent exposition, you will see displayed Bartolomeo Corradini Nativity on the Virgin, because this is the atmosphere of the Ducal Palace in Urbino. Francesco di Giorgio, his antiquarian passion, the culture of Urbino in its closest ties to Florence, reflected in the unlaid solution of its finest doors and decoration, and in the work, as said, by Bartolomeo Corradini. One need only think of the interior setting of the presentation of the Virgin in Boston, and note that it is a real model, intellectual model, for the Ode di Predella, so congenial to Raphael, but not to Perugino. Thank you.
Good morning to all, and first of all, I would like to warmly thank Carmen Bambach for inviting me to this conference, incredible conference, and to visit this incredible exhibition, and giving me the opportunity to exchange so many ideas on these topics with so many authoritative colleagues. And I thank also to the incredible, efficient team who assisted us on every step of the organization of this conference. So the so-called Colonna altarpiece, now in the collection of the Metropolitan, and reconstructed in its entirety in this splendid exhibition, originates from Perugia, from a Franciscan monastery of the female Third Order dedicated to Saint Anthony of Padua. It is located in one of the oldest and most evocative quarters of the city, Borgo Sant'Angelo, which takes its name from a circular temple of early Christian foundation. Over the century, the monastery has undergone profound transformations. It is now a university residence, unluckily. As all female monastic establishment, it possessed a distinctive internal organization of the spaces. There were two churches, an inner one, also called the choir, where the nuns recited the divine office, and an outer one, where a priest, usually a friar belonging the corresponding male order, came to celebrate Mass. Raphael's commission for the Colonna altarpiece dates to the early years of the new century, probably from 1504 onwards. The young artist from Urbino had undergone a period of training in Perugino's workshop, as shown Anna Maria Ambrosini, in Perugino's workshop, and his inventive mind as a designer has recently been identified by Angela Maria Aceto and Silvia Ferino in the preparatory drawings of the predella of the altarpiece of San Pietro in Perugia, now in France, in Rouen, reconstructed in an exhibition held in Perugia in 2023. In the early years of the 16th century, Raphael divided his time between Città di Castello, north of Umbria, and Perugia. It is now firmly established that he was present in Perugia at the beginning of the 1503, in January and in March, and defined as a resident of Perugia in January 1504. We have no direct documents for the Perugian works, including the Colonna Altarpiece, but we know Raphael was no longer a novice, but already had several significant commissions to his credit, including works for the degli family, and shortly thereafter for another monastery, that of Monteluce, with which he signed a contract in 1505. Let us now enter in the monastery of Sant'Antonio and its two churches. It was an anomalous monastery. Despite its relative poverty, within the span of about 40 years, it succeeded in commissioning two masterpieces. In the outer church hung a polittic by Piero della Francesca, now in the Galleria Nazionale dell'Umbria in Perugia, to the left, while the inner church, the nuns' choir, stood the Colonna Altarpiece. The apparent contradiction between poverty and the richness of the commissions can be explained by the presence of a prominent representative of the civic oligarchy. Ilaria Baglioni was daughter of Braccio Baglioni, who had been the de facto lord of the city, and sister of that Alessandra Baglioni, who, married to one of the Odis, was the patron of the degli coronation. Ilaria Baglioni is documented inside the monastery for more than 40 years and was most likely the patron of Piero della Francesca as well as Raphael. The polittic by Piero della Francesca is constructed on two levels that are markedly different from one another. The more archaizing upper tier with the Madonna and Child flanked by saints on a gold brocade background, and the strikingly modern Annunciation, notable for its extraordinary perspectival construction. The lower portion of the polittic is also divided into two bands, the first three roundels depicting St. Clare and St. Agatha, painted on the same panels of the saints above, though the painting of the central tondo is missing. The second band with scenes of the miracles of the saints. A remarkable structural detail emerged during the restoration of the polittic in the early 90s. The restorers Sergio Fusetti and Paolo Virilli observed that the central panel is composed of three planks joined by special nails, with opposite double points and a Z-shaped profile. The restorers claimed that the system eliminated the need for cumbersome structural support at the back, allowing the polittic to be placed flush against the wall or fitted into a confined space. A rectangular opening was originally cut into the lower part of the central panel, fit with a hinged flap opening upward. This surprising feature led restorers and art historians to suspend judgment regarding its function and formal qualities. The polittic was placed against the rear wall of the apse and indicated the presence of a movable predella. A pastoral visit in 1661 records three grilles, two flanking the altar and one above, as well as an opening for the passage of the Eucharist. The condition of the two heavily altered churches offers little secure evidence for interpretation. The only trace visible in photographs from the early 1917 is an unusual opening situated precisely at the center of the wall shared between the two apses. This is how the external church now appears. where Piero della Francesca was, transformed in a conference hall, and this is how the internal church, where Raphael was, transformed in a study room. Every comment is super, yes. The Colonna altarpiece, visible in this exhibition in its fine state, reassembled in all its parts, suffered a very early dispersal, dating to the 17th century. The nuns were extremely poor. They had accumulated debts for meat and oil, and so they began by selling the predella. The buyer was Queen Christina of Sweden, who was very passionate about Raphael. The intention to sell it attested as early as January 1663, and it is noteworthy that the document speaks not of a predella, but of small pictures, quadretti, whose measurements are given piece by piece. It is now divided between various museums. The Metropolitan owns the Agony in the Garden, the National Gallery in London owns the Procession to Calvary, the Stuart Gardner Museum in Boston owns the Pietà. As noted by Paul Simon in her in-depth study on the altarpiece, infrared reflectography reveals wonderful underdrawings, as we can also see from the new research conducted for the exhibition. For our topic, very important is a sketch of a figure in the Pietà reversed in orientation compared to the final composition. This confirms the supposition that the individual compartments did not form part of a single continuous plank. The reflectography also highlights the underdrawing of the Christ carrying the cross, while failing to penetrate the surface of the Agony in the Garden, suggesting the use of a different medium, probably a different hand, and possibly different phases of execution. The predella had long struck me on account of the dimensional disparity among its panel. The central panel is nearly 3 times the length of the lateral ones. Its placement on the high altar of the inner church necessarily brought it into dialogue with Piero's politic. Thanks to Francesca Alberti's curator of 16th century painting at the National Gallery in London, I was able to examine the predella in their conservation laboratories, assisted by Britta New and Jill Dunkerton, whom I thank for their expert and kind assistance. Examination of the reverse proved illuminating. At a distance of approximately 19 centimeters, 7.48 inch from the outer edge, on both the right and the left side, there is a pair of vertical holes perfectly aligned. Their presence, unique within the structure, can only be explained as part of a mounting system that allowed the predella panel to open inward toward the altar. This reconstructive hypothesis can be corroborated by the authoritative opinion of the wooden support conservator Roberto Saccoman, whom I warmly thank. This technical feature was further confirmed by an examination report of November 1992 by Anthony Reeve, then head of structural conservation. I quote, 2 or 4 or more cut nails visible from the back, causing lumps on the front, which he considers not contemporary at this time. The position of the nails was clearly visible in the X-radiographs here on the left and on the right, the bent nails. The subsequent treatment report of April 1995 was more detailed. 2 nails which had been put into the back of the panel for some form of previous fixing had come through the front and been bent over and the areas filled. They protruded above the surface of the original panel and were removed with a combination of heating to make them loosen. Further confirmation comes from a copy of the predella executed in 1663 by the English painter Claudio Gallo for 30 ducats at the same of its sale to Queen Christina. The same holes appear in the same positions, even though the copy was made on a single wooden plank. This clearly indicates the non-intention to preserve the same mechanism of communication between the two churches already established with Piero della Francesca politic. This system of a movable predella opening, it's a relatively recent discovery for both art historians and conservators. It reflects the specific needs of a cloistered female monastic environment, which could not share the same space with the celebrant, but sought to hear his word more clearly and to glimpse key moments of the liturgy, such as the elevation of the Eucharist. Raphael must have found this mechanism archaic, yet he approached it with his characteristic pragmatism. The back-to-back arrangement of the two altarpieces, Raphael's and Piero's, was resolved in a precise and ingenious manner. The panels could be placed extremely close together. The predella of Piero opened upward from below, while, probably it's better to come back, from below, while Raphael's opened downward from above. It must be considered, however, that the openings of the predellas could occur in only one direction. The predella of Piero, located in the outer church, was pushed forward first, after which Raphael's predella, secured in some fashion on the reverse, could be opened. Only the celebrant in the outer church, a Franciscan friar, could activate the opening of this visual tunnel, reinforcing the control exercised by male order over female monasteries. Having discovered this surprising new function of Raphael's altarpiece, which interacted like a wall display with Piero's panel, I'm launching a proposal. I hope that joint research can be initiated among all the museums that own pieces from the altarpiece, especially the Metropolitan, through a combined study of the various sections, investigation of the wood panels, the supports, the frames, and their interaction. These splendid museum panels could rediscover together their original beauty and organic unity within their overall structure. Raphael must have been intrigued by the architectural setting, as usual, and also by the urban setting of the monastery. The celebrated drawing of St. Jerome in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, with its extraordinary urban view of Perugia, has been connected by Silvia Ferino to the Colonna altarpiece, because of its verso, in its verso appears a sketch of the precise landscape detail behind the St. Paul. But I would like to add that even the topographical view, which is now considered to be quite true, even in parts which until now were considered imaginary, likewise points back to the Colonna altarpiece and to its monastery of Sant'Antonio. The Colonna altarpiece is suspended between traditional and modernity, as the Poliptych by Piero della Francesca, or the many of Raphael's Umbrian wars, where certain figures remain more conservative, while others look forward. The early dating, late 1501, early 1502, proposed by Oberhuber and supported by Mancini, rests on Pinturicchio's influence, visible in the clothed child and in the Madonna with her head covered by a mantle. The influence of Pinturicchio is undeniable, but pertains primarily to the iconography of the Virgin, recalling the Santa Maria dei Fossi altarpiece. The veiled head of the Virgin and her composed posture find more convincing parallels, on my opinion, in the Florentine production of Fra Bartolomeo and Mariotto Albertinelli, which offered the young painter numerous and alternating sources of inspiration. Raphael frequented Florence from a very young age. Since the early 15th century, perhaps through the Perugino's workshop in Florence. I will soon address a stylistic reading of the Colonna altarpiece, which is completely immersed, in my opinion, in Florentine culture, which Raphael sensed as his next destination, so rich in future developments for him. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you to everybody. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Carmen Bambach for inviting me to speak this important international symposium in conjunction with the extraordinary exhibition dedicated to Raphael. On behalf of my director, Luigi Oliva, I also wish to express my deep appreciation for your generous support as the sole sponsor as our restoration project. This paper offers only a preliminary overview of the in-depth study currently underway on the recently restored canvases, which will be published in the near future. The restoration concludes a conservation project begun in 2020 in collaboration with the municipality of Città di Castello and the superintendency of Umbria, interrupted in 2021 due to the pandemic and resumed in 2025 in Vilcek on early campaigns carried out to my institute in 1975, 1983, and 2005. This work has produced significant new findings and prompted further reflection on the complex figurative language representing an extraordinary expression of Raphael's youthful genius. This renewed double-sided processional banner presents on the front a more traditional depiction of the Trinity with Saint Sebastian and Rock, and on the reverse a more unusual iconography of the Creation of Eve. The work was executed by the Young Raphael for the Confraternity of the Holy Trinity of Città di Castello. Scholars, as Laura Teza taught, have emphasized the important role of Augustinian order. The latter was closely linked with the confraternity and was crucial to the commission and iconography and plan to the two interconnected compositions. The presence of St. Sebastian and Rock on the principal side has led many scholars to date the Gonfalon between 1499 and 1504, as the saints were traditionally invoked against the plague that, according to historical sources, struck the Umbrian city in 1499. We thus enter the complex and still much debated field of Raphael's formative years prior to 1504. During the period, the young and exceptional gifted artists guided by the father, Giovanni Santi, engaged with the most advanced models of Italian and Flemish artist culture. He moved between Urbino, Città di Castello, Perugia, Florence, Siena, and possibly Rome, developing a dynamic apprenticeship. In this context, he absorbed and renewed multiple influences in a high original way. Città di Castello represents a fundamental stage in Raphael's early formation and his artistic experience. This includes the documented Baronci Altarpiece. In those contracts we have saw the 70-year-old Raphael is already referred to as Magister and Illustris in another contemporary act. This work is followed by the Gavari Crucifixion from 1502 to 1503 and the innovative Marriage of the Virgin, dated 1504, which opened the path toward the modern manner. Turning now to the banner itself, a recent reassessment of the chronology of the plague in Città di Castello, always Laura Teza done, now dated of 1497 to 1498, together with new evidence emerging from restoration and scientific study, provides a solid basis for reconsidering its dating. While some scholars have proposed a date of 1499, I, only on other end, would lean toward an earlier date, placing it in 1949 to 1947 to 1948. This would confirm the banner as Raphael's first actually independent work in Città di Castello, executed when the young artist was approximately 15 years old. In connection with the plague, Tommaso Brozzi dedicated his chapel in the Church of San Domenico to Saint Sebastian. He commissioned Luca Signorelli, then the leading artist in the city, to paint the celebrated altarpiece of the martyrdom of Saint Sebastian. As well is known, the young Raphael is deeply influenced at this time by Signorelli's powerful and dynamic treatment of the human figure. The artist would ultimately succeed him as the leading painter in Città di Castello around 1498 when Signorelli departed for Montoliveto. The typology of the object, a confraternal processional banner, also helps to explain this commission. Unlike an altarpiece intended for permanent display within a church, and typically requiring an established master, this type of work could be entrusted to a promising young painter. This choice of this type of banner reflects a modern approach, by opting for a framed gonfalon rather than an hanging cloth, and for the use of oil painting technique on the two individual canvas instead of a tempera on a single mobile support, Raphael departs from traditional Umbrian banners. This model had already been adopted by Signorelli as early as in the banner of the Confraternity of the Holy Spirit in Urbino, and later by his pupil Girolamo Genga in the banner of St. John the Baptist, featuring a mineral pattern similar to that to the Raphael one. As an early work, the gonfalon of the Holy Trinity already reveals remarkable complexity. The young painter experiments with notable freedom and confidence, combining advanced pictorial solution while refining his own expressive and experimental language. Within this context, the Urbino training inherited from Giovanni Santi is combined with the central influence of Perugino, the so-called divan painter, and therefore with Florentine influences, alongside with those of Signorelli and Pinturicchio. on the main face of the banner with the Trinity and Saints. The softness, the anatomical modeling of the crucified Christ is especially striking. The anatomical treatment can be compared with works such as the Paul di Pozzoli processional cross and the Crucifixion Mound. At the same time, it reflects the tense plasticity of Signorelli's figure, as seen in Flagellation, the main panel of the Fabriano banner, and in the Crucifixion in the Urbino banner. The emotive intensity also recalls the sculptural manner of Benedetto da Maiano. We see in the image the Ancarano crucified Christ. The most innovative elements appear on the reverse in the creation of Eve. Here the composition is more dynamic. Adam's nude body is carefully constructed, reflecting Raphael's study of antique statuary, while his softly modeled face reveals echoes of Verrocchio and Leonardo. Alongside these refined elements, some rigidities remain. The flying angels of the banner recall the sightly austerity manner of Giovanni Santi, as seen, for example, in the Muse Clio. However, their angular draperies are softened by Perugino grace, visible in the angel flight in the Collegio del Cambio, and by Verrocchio's influence, evident in these terracotta angels for the Forteguerri monument. The pose the pose and style of the flow-flying angel of the banner closely recall the angels of the lunette of the Colonna Altarpiece, painted shortly afterwards. The gracefully dynamism of the angels of the Gonfalone, especially in the subtle turning of the heads, recall similar movements in figures such as the angel of the Boronci Altarpiece. The archaic rock formation in both scenes recall instead Mantegna and Ferrarese school, as reflected in the austere manner of Giovanni Santi, such the rock landscape can be seen in the Holy Martyr, also in the exhibition. This detail, as complemented by the ornamental and the descriptive qualities characteristic of Pinturicchio's style, these details are visible in this panel representing one of the scenes from the Saint Bernardino series. At the same time, the opening of the landscape, immersed in a cool early morning light, suggests an early move toward the broader and more luminous spatial construction that are typical of Flemish art. Before turning now to the recent restoration, it's important to recall the work's complex conservation history. Its use in procession and prolonged exposure to outdoor conditions caused significant deterioration. In 1728, the banner was placed on the high altar of the Confraternity Church, and in 1432, the two canvases were traumatically separated. Subsequent restoration in the 18th and 19th century attempt to address the banner's damaged condition. This was the condition of the banner at the end of 19th century. This intervention includes the application of varnishes to revive the colors, the lining of the canvas support, and the consolidation of the paint layers using adhesives and tissue facings. The works reached a state of extreme fragmentation. This condition was further aggravated by the accumulation of contaminants, resins, pigment, and adhesives applied over exposed areas of the canvas, which over time altered, producing general darkening and a strong chromatic imbalance. The recent restoration required a renewed reflection on one of the central principles of Cesare theory of restoration. In 1952, this theory led to a minimal intervention approach, focusing solely on cleaning the pictorial surface and adhering to a strict criterion of non-reintegration. This approach, however, did not address the issue of the visually and disruptive lacunae where the canvases remain exposed. At the time, this area were toned with a brown glaze intended to distinguish them from the original surface and to avoid interferences. In practice, however, the opposite occurred. The dark lacunae dominated the visual field, pushing Raphael's painting passages into the background and becoming the primary element perceived by the viewer. Later restoration, carried out by the ICR, maintained this approach. In 1983, intervention was limited to clean the Trinity, and in 2005, the same procedure was extended to the creation of Eve. In both cases, the removal of altered layers of overpaint recovered the original pictorial quality, while leaving unresolved the highly problematic condition of the losses. This was after the intervention of 2021, the main losses remained. When the restoration project resumed in 2020, restorer began to integrate the reconstruable gaps using the watercolor etching techniques. Here is in the center. The recent campaign on 2025-2026 marked a significant progress. The aim shifts toward reducing the visual impact of the large dominant lacunae and restoring a visual balance to the compositions. After a census testing, the team employed both traditional cleaning methods and laser technology, whose precision proved decisive. Here is during the cleaning, photos during the cleaning. Through careful chromatic rebalancing, this area were made to recede, allowing the original painted surface to regain prominence and improving overall legibility. These are some examples before and after. On the Trinity and two angels. One of the most important results was the recovery of Raphael's original canvas, a fine, light, tightly woven linen previously obscured by later interventions. Technical analysis also confirmed that Raphael used an oil-based medium from the very beginning of his career, both on panel and on canvas, reflecting the influence of artists acting in Urbino. During the long and demanding cleaning phase, aided by ultraviolet fluorescence and other magnification techniques, an extraordinary amount of Raphael's intact underdrawing emerged. Infrared reflexography allowed these underdrawings to be identified with the precision and guide the restoration process accordingly. I will show you some example of infrared fluorescence images with the underdrawing discovered. This is without, this is for fluorescence. And also the IRR in the first image. This particular with the main marvelous of the God the Father that enter to creative. Analysis of the drawing has made it possible to reconstruct the young artist's execution technique and with remarkable precision. Raphael transferred his composition directly onto the prepared canvas, whose ground consisted of an organic binder with a calcium-based inert filler. The underdrawing was applied with a brush using an organic pigment, over which he laid a very thin oil-based preparation of white lead containing a small amounts of finely ground glass, as identified through the scanning electron microscopy analysis. This is an adject particle of the head of the angel with the drawings. Another, and this is the analysis of some section of taken from the restoration of the 1952, and reanalysis again with some analysis. On this extremely thin preparation layer, Raphael executed the painting with a great care, using delicate oil glazes in the manner of Perugino, and closely adhering to the underlying drawing, which is faithfully reflected in the final composition. The highly developed and varied character of the line observed in the two canvases indicate that the graphic conception of the work is more advanced than its pictorial execution. This confirms that Raphael's precocious genius manifested first and foremost in drawing. Drawing, the fundamental tool of artistic training, was in Raphael's case his primary means of expression. Is employing a lineage of exceptional fluidity, precision, and harmony, modulated to convey both lightness, visible, for example, in the rendering of air. Questa no, questa la disegno. And extreme accuracy in facial and anatomical details, while remaining more synthetic in the draperies and freer in the landscape. These rediscovered drawings are closely related to surviving preparatory studies for the banner, such as the remarkable black check study for God the Father, preserved in the British Museum, corresponding to an early conception of the creation of Eve. The iconography follows a relatively traditional model comparable to the 14th century relief by Lorenzo Maitani in Orvieto Cathedral, and the panel by Andrea Pisano for Giotto Campanile, and later Fermosir by the Sixth Chapel vault by Michelangelo. In this sheet, the head of God, the head of God is drawn in two variants, one upright, the other inclined toward and downward toward Adam. This variation reveals a particularly laborious and reflective work in process. In another preparatory black chalk study in Oxford, the figure of God on the right is rendered more dynamically, bent over Adam's sleeping body as he extracts a rib to form Eve. The pen sketch on the left, by contrast, depicts the archer seer from the behind in Signorelli, Martyrdom of Saint Sebastian. This less common iconography has precedent in earlier sources, including the Carolingian Moutier Granval Bible and the 13th century mosaic in a small dome of the Basilica di San Marco in Venice. These drawings appear stylistically connected to Raphael's earliest documented graphic works dating between 1497 to 1500. They show affinities Of course, with Giovanni Santi, we see the muse clear in the image, and with Perugino, further example can be observed in the studies we have shown before of two gracious female figures for the Nativity of the Virgin intended for the Peruginist predella of Pano Altarpiece. The fluid and harmonious outline of these figures recall the reflected linear elegance of the celebrated Idolino, Bacchus with Satyr, also in exhibition, particularly in the treatment of the nude, and connects with the similarly refined rendering of Adam in our banner. The precise anatomical definition of the Christ crucified in the banner reappears in a later drawing of the crucified Christ in Marcelliana library. Raphael's attention to anatomical detail is evident particularly in his expressive rendering of hands. Adam's outstretched hand can be compared with a similarly complex study of an head with a bent finger. Alongside this appears a finely rendered of young face, possibly a self-portrait. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these brilliant talks, and we will be taking a pause for lunch and then come back at 2 o'clock. So welcome back to a very full afternoon, to 2 very full afternoon sessions on Raphael. And the first of the 2 afternoon sessions is dedicated to the mid-career of Raphael. I find it funny to talk about the mid-career of Raphael when he died at 37, but you know. So we will hear 3 papers on the subject of this Raphael in mid-career. And I would like to introduce all 3 speakers at this point, as we did in the earlier session. Cordelia Hattori graduated with a PhD from the École du Louvre in Paris and wrote her PhD thesis on the great French collector Pierre Crozat, one of the most important French collectors of drawings of the first half of the 18th century. Specializing in drawing since the beginning of her studies and also professional scholarship, she completed an internship at the Louvre in the Département des Arts Graphiques, and then collaborated with Marc Fumaroli. She joined the Palais des Beaux-Arts de Lille in 2006 and is currently in charge of the drawings collection there. And of course, we want to thank Cordelia for the fantastic loan of 20 drawings from the Palais de Lille, and saying that that collection, except for 2 drawings that are very famous, really, they haven't been seen in a public way before. So Dr. Hattori most recently organized the exhibition Expérience Raphael at the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Lille in 2024. Her exhibition catalog of 2024 is a major work of reference on the drawings by Raphael in Lille. Dr. Cecilia Frosinini is an art historian having served in several positions at the Opificio delle Pietre Dure in Florence, appointed by the Ministry of Culture of the Italian nation. From 1990 to 2021, she was director of the Panel and Canvas Paintings Department, director of the Wall Paintings Department, and director of the Paper and Parchment Department, always at the Opificio delle Pietre Dure. Dr. Frosinini has published more than 300 scholarly articles on medieval and Renaissance art and has authored or co-edited books and catalogs, and so many of them have been just seminal for the research on Raphael, especially. She teaches as adjunct professor at the University of Pisa and the Università Cattolica in Milan. She lectures widely in Europe and the United States. She has spoken here at the Met before and has presented numerous scholarly papers at international conferences. Our third speaker, Dr. Angela Maria Aceto, is senior researcher in Italian drawings at the Ashmolean Museum, University of Oxford and Oxford. And here too, we are beholden to the Ashmolean Museum, Dr. Aceto's home institution, for an extraordinary loan of 2021 drawings by Raphael. Dr. Aceto's research and publications focus on the material culture of early modern Italy, with particular emphasis on the study of drawings, their techniques, functions, and histories of collecting. She is currently serving as a principal researcher investigating doing a major research project devoted to the first comprehensive scholarly catalog of the drawings by Raphael and his school in the Ashmoleans collection in Oxford. And that promises to be an extraordinary work of philological research. Angela Maria has been a colleague in the field of technical art history as we look at drawings in a more archaeological way for many years. The Ashmolean is home to the most significant group of Raphael drawings in the world. So please welcome Cordelia Hattori.
Good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here today to speak, and thank you very much, Carmen, for inviting me. And I must also thank all the staff of the Metropolitan. So today I will speak to you about two different points, about a point of the technique, about the technique of Raphael as a draftsman, and also about the so-called green sketchbook. First, I wanted to focus on this a special point in Raphael technique, which is not always easy to see in his drawings. And you can see it here with the study of feats for Horace in the Parnassus, in the stanza. And you can see that the under the ink drawing, you have another trace with lead points, but it's very easy to see when the drawings it's in brown ink, pen and ink. I have another example here with the study of drapery for the Christ, for the Disputa, also for the stanza. And as you can see here, we can see all the lines here made in lead point too. And certainly after a mannequin and not after a human in front of him. For the study of, he focused on the study of the drapery here. As you can see, the drawing is in the exhibition, so you can see it. Here you have another example. It's also a drawing that you can find in the exhibition. It's a study for the Apollo for the Parnassus, again in the stanza. And I wanted to show you here that he used again lead point all around the viola braccio that you can see here, the detail. And then in this case, you can see that the line is interrupted and then it starts again. And because the lead point is a special technique that you can use on paper and that can be erased when you want. Here it's another example. You have a drawing in pen and ink again, and this is also in the exhibition, so you can also see it. And it's a study for the figures of the Disputa again. And as you can see, this time Raphael used pen and ink here, and he doesn't seem to have light point under or black chalk, but he did also a study here of a head, here of a man, lonely in light point 2. So in the case of the pen and ink drawings, it's, as you've seen, very easy to see the sketches under the lines. It's less easy when you have drawings in black chalk, and I must say that myself, I didn't see it immediately, and when I did the exhibition in Lille in 24, I didn't saw that Raphael used also 2 different materials to do his drawings. So you have here the San Nicola da Tolentino, the drawings for the Palabaronci, which is dated 1500, the recto and the verso. And here you have some detail, so a focus on a zoom on the drawing. And perhaps you can see on the screen that here you have another color, another tones of materials. And here it's darker, and you can see it better perhaps here on the shoulder, that you have a line which is more light and more thin and more gray, and another line in which is more dark in black chalk. So we can imagine that he starts with doing lines with light points, and then he chooses the black chalk to do his drawing. It's also the case of this Puto drawing, which is much more later in Raphael's career, because it's a Puto which is for the vault of a stanza. And you can see also in the head of a, in the head of a Puto, here, for example, or here in the tablet, that you have other lines which are, again, more gray and less darker than the other ones you can see in the rest of the drawing. And it's the same case for the other Puto. Both drawings are also in the exhibition. And you can see around the head, but you have other lines here that are in a different material. Here it's the drawing for the Alba Madonnas, or another technique in red chalk. And I must say that in the Lille drawings in red chalk, we cannot see light point or black chalk sketches in this sort of drawings, but you can see that there is some stylus indentation for these drawings. But in the exhibition, you can see other drawings in red chalk, and you can find some light point or black chalk under, well, before Raphael used the red chalk. And this is another example. This is it's a study for the Virgin Autumn Simon. The painting is in Pasadena, and this time it's a drawing on a prepared paper and with metal points. We thought first that Raphael used only 1 metal points, and when we did some study analysis at the CDRMF in France, we discovered that there is 2 metal points used by Raphael. So here, the darkest one is light point, and the more brownish one is a silver point. And the drawing is so thin that it's very difficult to see it just looking at it. And well, if you get very good images, digital images, you can zoom and you can see it also. So I just wanted to focus on this special technique, because when you look at the Raphael drawings, now you have to imagine that he started by a sketch, a first sketch, and then choose another technique, so pen and ink, red chalk. You can easily see the difference of color, of course, but also with metal points and also with black chalk. So now I will speak about this so-called green sketchbook, which is composed with those 4 sheets, which are all in the Lille collection. You have two of the sheets here in the exhibition, this one and this one. These drawings are very small, I must say. Their dimension is about 12 to 13 centimeters high and 10 centimeters large. When Oscar Fischl did the catalogue of the Raphael drawings at the beginning of the 20th century, he thought that Raphael could have made about 6 sketchbooks and then, well, 7 sketchbooks. He did an article 20 years later about the pink sketchbook. I will talk about it a little later. And so he considered those sketchbook, considering the technique and the dimension of each sheet. And of course, he linked with a period in the career of Raphael, so with a sketchbook for the Umbrian period, the Umbrian Florentine period, and for the Roman period. So when you see those drawings, we have to think about the datation of them first, then. So Oscar Fischl thought it was a sketchbook about the Umbrian Florentine period, and we can agree about the Florentine period, I think. They are dated about 1504 and 1505, and you can see in those drawings that it's certainly a good datation, because when you see the details of each drawing, you can see that the manner he shadows his figures and he's doing his hatching, that he must have seen Raphael, but Leonardo, sorry. But I wanted also to, to show you that the technique of those drawings is the same as the Virgin Norton Simon. He used 2 metal points on the prepared paper, so green preparation here, and sometimes heightened with white. And you can see the difference of tones and difference of color of each metal point here, for example, Vilcek. And you have a more brownish one and a more black one. And he mixed the technique. It's not always a sketch in lead point to prepare the drawing in silver point, but I think that he played with 2 metal points to obtain the effect he wanted to obtain here and to shadow his figure. It's the same for the portrait of the Doge in profile, and of course for this drawing of a young woman. And as you can see, this drawing, it's very close to the model of Mona Lisa. And this is also a reason why we can date those drawings in about 1504 and 1505. Because when he arrived in Florence in 1504, Leonardo was in the city, and he started to study and to compose the Mona Lisa in 1503. So in this series of 4 drawings, there is only one who is wearing a watermark, which is not yet identified, and I hope someone will help me to identify it. So, of course, the question is, what is the purpose of those drawings, and if they are linked with a known composition? They are not. I mean, they are not linked with a Raphael painting. And the most probable it's linked with the Libreria Piccolomini in Siena. You can see here the Duomo of Siena. Oh, sorry, again. And the Libreria Piccolomini is just here, and here you have a general image of this room. So here you have the 10 fresco, which is the decoration of Libera Piccolomini, which is commissioned but was done to Bernardo di Beto di Pinto, called Pintoricchio in 1502 by the Cardinal Francesco Piccolomini, who was the nephew of Enea Silvio Piccolomini. And this project was ended in 1507, and the last payment for this decoration was in 1509. Enea Silvio Piccolomini, born in 1405, became Pope in 1458 under the name of Pius II, and died in 1464. So you have 10 compositions, with the first one where Enea Silvio Piccolomini lives for the Council of Basel. Then he's an ambassador at the Scottish court. He's crowned court poet by Emperor Frederick III, and then makes an act of submission to Pope Eugene IV. Then in the fifth composition is Bishop of Siena, presents Emperor Frederick III with his bride-to-be Eleonora of Portugal. So Enea Silvio Piccolomini, Bishop of Siena, presents Emperor Frederick III with his bride-to-be Eleonora of Portugal. In the sixth fresco, it's Enea Silvio Piccolomini received the Cardinal's hat in 1456. In the seventh, it's he enters the Lateran as pontiff in 1458. In the eighth composition, it's Pius II convokes a diet of princes of Mantua to proclaim a new crusade in 1459. The ninth is Pius II canonized Saint Catherine of Siena in 1461. And the last one, Pius II arrives in Ancona to launch the crusade. There is another fresco outside the room. I won't show a picture. So we know that Raphael collaborated for this decoration with Pintoricchio because there are two drawings left for general composition. For the first one, so when Enea Silvio Piccolomini leaves for the Council of Basel, the drawing is kept in the Uffizi. And the other drawings, it's for the fresco number 5, I will say. So, Enea Silvio Piccolomini, Bishop of Siena, presents Emperor Frederick III with his bride-to-be Eleonora of Portugal to the Porta Camoglia in Siena. And with the drawings, the preparatory drawing, which is now at the Morgan Museum and Library. So, I propose to link the study for those two drawings to several heads we can find in this fresco, because as you see, you can see there is many figures in those fresco, and so they need many study of heads regarding on the right, regarding on the left, and you can find many heads very close to the study by Raphael in all those details. I must say that this sort of head, the models of heads, is not new at all. You can see it here in the Perugino painting which was in Perugia and at San Pietro or this Assumption. And also Pintoricchio himself did many compositions with many figures inside his composition. And here I just show you one of the decoration by Pintoricchio in the Vatican. I must say that you can also find this type of heads in Raphael's painting, like in the Pala Odi you saw this morning. So those two heads with a green preparation can be linked to the figures of the Libreria Piccolomini frescoes, but I would like to add also this drawing with this man looking frontal, which is not on a green preparation. It's also a prepared paper in metal points, but it's on a gray buff. Well, it's very difficult to take those drawings in picture because when the light changes, it changes the colors too, but it's not a green preparation, it's more a sort of white, gray, buff preparation. This drawing has quite the same size as the others. It's about 13 centimeters high by 10 centimeters large. So I would like to link, you can find also in the fresco such heads. And I also would like to propose, it's a proposition, to add this study of woman with a veil. We do not know for which composition Raphael made it, but it's also drawings on a gray, white buff a preparation in metal points, and it's also the same size, quite 13 centimeters high and 10 centimeters large. But this drawing is perhaps a little earlier than the others. I think it's a little earlier than the others. And I must precise also that Raphael was very attentive to all the details in all his composition, and there are many drawings for figures in not in the front of the composition, but in the background too, and he studied absolutely everything. So Raphael shouldn't have collaborated and paint the fresco himself, because Pintorecchio had a workshop and many collaborators also for this decoration, but he could give the models for some figures. I must say that we can also find same head in the drawing now in Oxford that you also saw this morning. And when you superpose the two drawings, they are not at the same size, but when you do it at the same size and then you superpose the two heads, you can see that it matches. Well, and certainly, I wanted to show you, well, this drawing on your left, because Raphael certainly inspired other artists, or other artists copied him, and certainly saw this drawing especially. And you have a drawing kept at the Louvre, in the Louvre collection, given to Giovanni Di Pietro, called Lo Spagna. It's not linked with any known composition by Lo Spagna, and he's not known to have collaborated also to the Libreria Piccolomini, but he was in Florence and in the workshop of Perugino too. So why I think that the heads can be linked with the Libreria Piccolomini, it's also because there is this drawing of a Doge in profile that I can see here. There was an attribution saying that this Doge could be Leonardo Loredan, who is the Doge during the life of Raphael, but Loredan is more thin. And Oscar Fischel proposed also to be Pasquale Malipietro, the Doge who became Doge in 1457. But I think it's more certainly Francesco Foscari, the Doge of Venice between 1423 to 1457, just before Pasquale Malipietro, who is a contemporary of Enea Silvio Piccolomini, and just died before Piccolomini became a pope, because you can see here that there is three letters, F, R, and A, which is certainly for the name of Francesco Foscari. Okay. So now there is a last point I would like to speak about. It's if we can speak about a sketchbook. Here you have an image of sketchbooks, not by Raphael. There are sketchbooks by Leonardo kept in France at the Institut de France, so you can see how they look like, and they can have different size. On the drawings in green preparation, you have some little numbers on the top. Here, but you have also here on the gray-white preparation, here, and perhaps you can see it better here. It's the number 37. So the first one is 32, 33, 35, and 37. For the white one, we do not know. So the sketchbook were paperbacked or not. And the problem is that they were all dismantled later by the dealers, perhaps, or by collectors. I must say that the drawings on green preparation are not the only drawings which bear a number. There are also drawings here in the British Museum and in Lille. In the British Museum here, the number 22, and here the 23. And you can see this drawing of Lille and in the exhibition too. And they are said to be of a pink sketchbook. This pink sketchbook should be of the Roman period by Raphael, and certainly more the Florentine and Roman period of Raphael. I wanted to show you this these sheets. This is the sheets linked with the pink sketchbook. I had this drawing in a private collection too here. It's close, but you can see that they have all different size. And the problem is that here in the Lille drawings, you can see that many of the drawings were cut. And so we do not know what was the real size of the sheets. Well, they have a standard size of sheets in Italy at that time. And here with the stone of Bologna indicating the size. And here you have several sizes of possible size. So as I told you, the drawings on the green preparation are about 12 to 13 centimeters high to 10 large. So it doesn't correspond at any exact dimension here. But it's very close to the in octavo size. So I also wanted to show you this drawing on a pink preparation in the British Museum, because there is also a number here which is 19, and the drawing it's much more bigger than the other one because the size it's it's more than 20 centimeters. And also here I wanted to show you this drawing which is in Lille, much more earlier in the career of Raphael, because it's a drawing which prepares the Pala Odi, and it's 20 by 23 centimeters. And on the back you have this drawing, which was made much more later, but perhaps if it was in a sketchbook, a bigger sketchbook, at that time Raphael could bring it with him anywhere in Florence and then in Rome. So just to conclude, I wanted to show you also this drawing. Well, so we can say that the drawings on a green preparation were perhaps mixed with drawings on a gray-white buff preparation and not separate as Oscar Fischl thought first. And we have to reconsider the sketch considering the size of the folio. I think there is a problem to resolve about the size of each sheets, and you can see really well this problem in the pink sketchbook. And I wanted also to show you this image, because here you can see that there is many creases. And this is a very big drawing for the drapery. It's a real size of sheets. And so it's about 42 by 28 centimeters. And perhaps those creases can indicate that the sheet was folded and was a part of a choir. So I think that those questions of sketchbook are still open. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to the Metropolitan Museum and in a very special way to the great staff of people behind the scene that organized this symposium and interacted with us with great care, great professional skills, and great kindness. And I want to stress the fact that there is a big team of people working here. But on a scholarly point of view, and in particular, if I may say, on a personal note, I want to thank Carmen Bambach, the extraordinary curator of this exhibition, which is the third in a long series, because no less important, this is no less important than the previous one on Leonardo da Vinci and on Michelangelo. As an art historian, I am greatly indebted to her for her scholarly achievement, but I am also proud to be indebted to her on a personal level for her deep friendship. So let's begin with this conversation, quoting Giorgio Vasari, that in the lives of the artist recounts that Raphael was drawn to Florence by the fame of Leonardo's and Michelangelo's cartoons, preparatory drawings for the frescoes that were never painted in the Sala Grande of the Palazzo Vecchio in the Council Hall. However, his great passion for drawing was no less than his passion for color, an aspiration to learn new methods that Vasari describes as a further development during the artist's Florentine period. He linked this desire to the association with Fra Bartolomeo, a contemporary Florentine painter. And Vasari mentioned this relationship in this description, Raphael being desirous of coloring and enjoying handling and blending of colors. That highlights, in some way, Raphael's unique approach, his deep passion for a wide range of knowledge, which enabled him to incorporate the qualities of other masters and artistic techniques, new and old, into his own style. Today, I will show you just some of the most interesting technical tricks that Raphael used to achieve his masterful chromatic effects, making the most of all the possibilities that he found on his plate, and beginning, as first, with the use of a thick imprimatura. That is a very specific feature, is a sort of semi-transparent layer that began to be used in some way because Italy, the Italian school of painting, changed his main techniques in painting techniques from tempera to oil painting. So in that context, the use of an underlayer in oil under the layer of painting was very important because it gave a sort of seal to the ground, to the gesso ground, preventing it from absorbing the medium of the paint film, which could otherwise lead to a premature aging of the materials, and then acted also as a stable anchor for the underdrawing and subsequent paint layers. Although not all the paintings that I will show you underwent a campaign of sampling of the paint layers, the presence of imprimatura can be detected at a close inspection from the brush strokes that run across the forms beneath the surface of the painting. You see, they are not following the forms, but they run beneath it, giving a sort of texture that make them easy to detect. And here also, this is a magnification of this specific detail. And in the wonderful portrait of Pope Leo X with his nephews, okay, there are traces of the imprimatura. And here also, is a running across the forehead of the cardinal and the beginning of the nose, and here also. Then, as a second example, the use of a colored underlayer in Red Lake. It was probably very well known since the beginning, especially at the beginning of Italian early painting, of course, because we had a lot of documents starting probably also in Giotto. We can trace them. For example, for the Croce di Santa Maria Novella, the crucifix of Santa Maria Novella, all the preparation, the underlayer of the blue of the Virgin had this underlayer of Red Lake. Is a technique that gave typically a very deep, profound tone to the blue, especially for the blue. It is a tonal effect that was researched by the different painters. And what is very interesting is the fact that Red Lake was a very expensive pigment. So it was not meant only for to be used only for technical reasons, but of course it had also an aesthetic effect. It was very researched at the time. So now we try to understand better this layering of different colors, this ground, this preparation of the blue, using Red Lake, for example, in this splendid Madonna dell'Impannata. And here in the cross-section we can see a very pale preparation in Red Lake, which is present anyway, but we can see also underneath in these close details. And this is a very meaningful cross-section because we can see the stratification of materials. It was taken in one of the area of the blue mantle of the Virgin, and we can see that Raphael used a layering of different colors. This is the preparation, the gesso ground, which smoothen the surface of the hood and is a sort of bed to host all the different layers of color. Then we have the Red Lake, is a very pale kind of Red Lake use. All these particles, which are more evident, are the Red Lake itself dispersed in a medium. Then there is a denser, a very dense layer of red lake above. Then we have a layer of smalt blue, an upper layer of azurite, and just on top, probably some grains of ultramarine. But you see, only one tone of blue was not enough for him. So he had to build up the color using all the possible different pigments that were available at the time. He refused to use black in mixture with the blue, and he preferred to deepen the color of the blue using the red lake underneath. I think that it's a very sophisticated way to use the color. It's a very complex layering. It was also very time-consuming, not only expensive, but very time-consuming. And the fact that he used only some grains of ultramarine on top, it doesn't mean that the commissioners didn't have money. They had a lot of money, of course, but it was an aesthetic choice. Because believe me, azurite is a wonderful pigment, very, very wonderful, very deep. So there is no reason to use ultramarine and add in mixture some black tones if you have already the wonderful azurite. And then here, in the margins of the paintings that were left unfinished because they were meant to be under the frame, of course, we can see directly the layering of colors, the red lake and the blue on top. So, going back to what Massari said, we can trace, indeed, the red lake under the blue tones in Fra Bartolomeo. This is just one of the many examples that we can use. But if we begin also to dig in the great extent of paintings, also of minor painters of the time, we can find this use, very, very diffuse use. The cross-section is very meaningful. The thick layer of red lake underneath a very pale kind of blue. And the tone, indeed, the tone of this cloak is much more going to a tone of violet, because there is a greater presence of red, indeed. But what distinguishes Raphael is the fact that he didn't use the red lake underneath only as a tonality to add to the blue, but also sometimes as a general preparation for his paintings. Here, in this wonderful Madonna della Seggiola, we can see very well the red lake used as a preparation of the background in this zone in between the face of the Virgin and the face of the baby, showing up. And how can we forget Leonardo? Because, of course, this painting was probably available for Raphael to be seen. Is a painting, The Adoration of the Magi, that Leonardo left unfinished, as it is very evident, of course. And so we can see exactly the use of red lake to prepare the dark tones. We do not exactly what was meant to be painted on top, but they are flesh tones, of course. So the use of red lake prepared the shadows, of course. And in this case, Leonardo still, the Virgin, Child, and Sant'Anne, where the red lake is used in a special way here. Underneath the clock of the Virgin, I have chosen these two images of the painting during restoration in order to better see across the losses of the paint on top the red lake shining. Then the third trick that Raphael used, the reduced thickness of the paint layers. There are different purposes for this. I will just underline the aesthetic purpose, because applying multiple thin layers results in a smoother surface and an effect of blending, quickly defining the basic structure of the forms and the interplay of light and shadow. And then there is a technical purpose, of course, because the two technique and aesthetic effects style are interlocked, of course. Thin layers create a more durable and flexible surface and accelerates drying times. In this period, the so-called beginning of the oil technique in Italy, the drying was a great problem, the drying of the medium. And so they use a lot of different expedients in order to accelerate. They tried also to select the better kind of oil that was easier and quicker to dry, and the reduced thickness of the paint layers indeed can be one of the many possibilities offered to the painters. So we will go and see these wonderful details, the Agnolo Doni portrait, and here is a comparison with the infrared reflectography. There are small changes that I do not like to call pentimenti, because pentimenti in Italian means a moral stance. So I don't think there is anything moral in this case. It's just a change, an adjustment, a compositional adjustment, an aesthetical adjustment. So there are some adjustments, especially here in the fingers of the figures. And now we get to see how Raphael resolved using very thin layers, and then only from very close we can see that he reworked around the fingers in order to give a more precise shape to them. And this is the portrait of Maddalena Doni, Agnolo's wife. And the same comparison with the infrared reflectography, and the same adjustments here. Indeed, Raffaello had some problems with the hands. Define the proper position of the hands. And here we see how wonderful is this use of shadows of these green earth brush strokes that try to adjust the composition. And the Madonna del Cardellino, there is a change in the composition, and you see that shadow was a good solution. And in the case of the Madonna of the Grand Duke, of the Uffizi, he previously, in the drawing, Raphael previously decided to have the proper left heel of the leg of the baby in front of the other, and then he decided to choose this very naturalistic position, very naturalistic for a baby. I mean, and he resolved everything using just a very thin flesh tone brush strokes on top. That we, from very, very close, we can just guess that there is some changes that then we see better using the infrared reflectography. And now, just to finish with a lot of beautiful images, but also trying to enter in this idea of interaction of the underdrawing and the painting phase, I want to show you the Madonna del Baldacchino. It's a very important painting on your left is it's a modern, the modern features, because it was given an addition here in the 17th century when it entered in the collection, in the Medici collection of paintings. This is the original shape, the original measurements of the painting when Raphael began to paint it. The painting was likely commissioned in 1507 and offered Raphael an important opportunity to establish himself on the Florence art scene because of the painting public setting. All the other paintings of the Florentine period were made and commissioned and made for private donors. So this is the first one that Raphael got as a public commission. It was intended to be in the church of Santo Spirito, but it was left unfinished, as we can see, but we will see in detail. The great dedication that Raphael paid to the project is evident in a letter that he wrote to his maternal uncle, Simone Ciarla, in April 1508, in which he refers some personal consideration on the work in progress. He says that for the painting, I have not done any pricing, and I will not do it if I can, because it is better that I make it estimated by others. So he explains that he did not agree on the price of the altarpiece in advance because it would have been more advantageous to him to have it valued once it was completed. This attitude reflects a remarkable confidence in his own ability, which would have been abundantly clear and would have earned him the respect of his colleagues that were the probable judges. Then, as I said before, the painting was left unfinished. It's not the only case. There are many paintings which were left unfinished for several reasons, but just to stay on these three big names, we can see Le Madonna del Baldacchino, Leonardo's Adoration of the Magi, and Michelangelo, Manchester Madonna. What can I say? That these paintings give us a great opportunity, a unique opportunity, to better understand the artistic creative process, as they allow us to identify the various stages of the work's creation, since the creative process is led here in front of us, is clearly visible, drawing a parallel with a cult science fiction movie that is The Fantastic Journey to discover painting materials and how they were used. Let me guide you inside the painting. We will see the preparatory drawing that usually lies beneath the layer of paint and is detectable only through specific diagnostic methods. Then we can see the base color upon which Raphael built his shades and tones, which has been chemically identified as burnt red lake, a process that gives to the original bright red color of red lake a more darker tone. And then in sequence, the first brush strokes, the choice, and the revision. What is very important, I think, is also considering that probably Raphael, in this case, decided to interact with the composition, trying to process first a sort of frame for the composition. So these figures are treated in color, and all the other parts are left behind, are left more unfinished. Probably because he wanted to establish the space before going on applying the different colors. So this is the case of the beautiful angels on the top. He focused on the robes and leaving behind, generally speaking, the flesh tones. He decided to begin building the hair and just the rosy part of the flesh tones. And in the case of the figure on the left, St. Peter and St. Bernardus, St. Peter is much more advantage in respect to the other, but you see the colors are laid in a preliminary way, but especially on the garments, and the flesh tones are left behind. We can see very well the underdrawing coming through. And this preparatory layer for the underdrawing is the burnt red lake, which is a preparatory for everything. And here are the figures on the right, St. Augustine and St. Ranieri, the same effect and the same choices. These are the hands, of course, of the figure. You see how they are just preliminary. And we see a lot of underdrawing. At that stage of the composition, even the Virgin and the baby, who are central are very behind. And also the two wonderful angels, they are less important than the basement of the throne. The basement is much more important in terms of space, or spatial. And we can see very well all the underdrawing. And what we see is the preparation, this burnt lake, even here. And the throne, the basement of the throne of the Virgin, comes up with all this applying of brush strokes and comes up in reserve. And also the mantle of the Virgin is at a very preliminary stage. We can see very well the red lake underneath. And then this red lake is fundamental also in creating the different garments mixed with other kind of pigments. So I am at the end, and I just want to pay homage to the many years I have spent in the Opificio delle Pietre Dure, working on so many paintings that were treated in the laboratory, belonging to Raphael's career. And I want to remember my late colleague Marco Ciatti, who led the laboratory for many years, and give also my special thanks to my colleague Roberto Bellucci, which is my partner in crime. And without him, I couldn't have prepared this presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin, of course, by thanking Carmen and her amazing team for curating such a compelling and important landmark exhibition, and for the generous invitation to speak today. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity to share some of the discoveries that have emerged from my work on the catalogue of Raphael's drawings at the Ashmolean Museum. As many of you will know, the majority of these works once belonged to the great portrait painter Thomas Lawrence, who, through a very ambitious and often complex network of acquisitions across Europe, had assembled by 1825 the largest collection of Raphael's drawings in existence. Through an equally complex set of events, the finest part of this group arrived in Oxford in 1842, thanks mostly to the efforts of Thomas, let's go back, of Samuel Woodburn, who was, of course, his agent. And this group, it is this group which today constitutes the most significant holding of Raphael's drawings anywhere in the world. As a whole, they tell a fascinating story about Raphael, and more broadly, about a crucial time in the history of European collecting. And you will be able to see, as Carmen was saying, just about over 20 of these drawings in this exhibition. Now, the project behind this catalogue has been incredibly complex, not simply because of the scale of the material. There are we hold 80 drawings, autograph drawings by Raphael, but because of the range, the range of questions each drawing raises. It has required engaging with issues of connoisseurship, attribution, dating, but equally history of collecting, archival material, historical context. In other words, each drawing operates on multiple levels, as an image, as an object, and as a historical document. However, what unites all these strands is a consistent focus on the drawing as a material object, not simply as preparatory step towards a painting, not merely as evidence of artistic intention, but as a sheet of paper with its own physical properties, its own history, and its own trajectory through time. Let me give you a little bit of background. It was back in 2017, while examining the verso of this splendid drawing that you'll see in the exhibition for the Disputar, that something transformative happened. In an area of the verso, which was apparently blank, simple raking light brought to light a unnoticed mark in blind stylus. Now, these marks leave essentially an indentation in the paper, a groove, without any pigment. You can see the arch here and a few schematic marks here, and just a couple of profiles and something that's going on here. Difficult to see for us today, they must have been very clear to the artist of the time, who worked, after all, in raking-like condition, right? Perhaps by a window, or by a candlelight, or the flickering light of a fireplace, as wonderfully illustrated by this very famous print. Here I've retraced the sketch for clarity. Rather to my surprise and pleasure, the sketch proved to be a recorded study for the upper part of the fresco. In fact, one of only a handful of surviving studies for the angels. And you can see the arch and the upper semicircle, and essentially these are very schematic sketches for the clouds and the profiles of the angels and the arms. They seamlessly intertwine with this poetic invention and other sketches for the painting. We are no longer just cataloguing drawings, right? We are recovering lost thinking, hidden sketches, silent marks, ideas pressed into the paper. We are reconstructing decisions, hesitations, experiments, intimate moments that were never meant to survive and yet somehow have. In my personal experience, Raphael's exploitation of paper in these stratigraphic terms remains one of the most revealing aspects of his working practice. It speaks to his extraordinary ingenuity and remarkable economy of means. This drawing, that has often been discussed in the literature, being directly preparatory for the splendid St. Catherine in London, as you will see in the exhibition of the rector, where the head of the saint is clearly studied here. Whereas on the verso, Raphael superimposes ideas for a variety of poses in one of his most inventive sheets of this time. Now, in looking at the verso in particular, I became intrigued by this profile, which actually you can see very well on this screen, but the drawing is not very big, and so it's not very visible. And I had originally interpreted it as a sort of trial in this erasable medium for the St. Catherine. However, a simple, relatively simple infrared reflectography told a completely different story. As an entire figure study of a bearded man emerged instead. He kneels to the right and looks downwards. The arm and hand I imagine as resting on a stick, which is not drawn or perhaps has been erased. The appearance of the sketch left little doubt that this is a study never before noted for San Joseph in the Holy Family with the Palm in Edinburgh. The figure is outlined to position the image. The execution is very careful, but it's not mechanical. And in fact, these are characteristics that we found in the underdrawing of contemporary sheets, which have also undergone infrared for the purpose of the catalogue. And I'm going to show you this outstanding battle scene, which is one of the most striking drawings by Raphael for the command of the human form and the energy that emanates. In fact, it was Thomas Lawrence's favorite drawing, which, although apparently executed with great rapidity, infrared reflectography reveals the careful and abundant preparation black chalk. So this is the verso, and this is the black chalk preparation that underpins the complex placing of the vocabulary. So Raphael's sprezzatura, the ability of making look easy what is actually difficult. I was, going back to the St. Catherine, I was further intrigued by this study at the upper left of the sheet, which has also been traditionally interpreted as preparatory for the St. Catherine, with one exception, Katie Parker, who in the 1950s authored a catalogue by Italian drawings, who very acutely was a great connoisseur, considered it unrelated. Now, Parker actually did not propose an alternative identification, nor did he explain the reasons of his rejection, but evidently he found that the pose could not by any means relate to St. Catherine. Now, I think the her three-quarter pose, facing left, the clothing, the incidence of light, is in fact corresponds so closely to the Virgin of the Belle Jardinier that the study must be directly preparatory for that painting. Therefore, ideas not for one, but for three different pictures intertwined within this the limited space of this small and remarkable palimpsest. The St. Catherine, just that generally dated around 1507. The Holy Family with the Palm, usually placed around 1506, 1507, and the Belle Jardinier, dated slightly later, 1507 and 1508. The new evidence emerging from the verso demonstrates their contemporaneity, at least with regard to the inception of the three commissions. Now, while much attention has been paid to Raphael's use of paper in relation to cartoons, one-to-one drawings, his manipulation of smaller scale drawings has remained less explored, and yet this aspect remains fundamental to grasp him as a storyteller or influencer, as you call him in the exhibition. Like large cartoons, drawing made on small pieces of small format of paper bears traces of practical use within the creative process. And two drawings here, also the Ashmolean for the Borghese entombments, are particularly revealing in this respect, illustrating Raphael's employment of paper to construct, deconstruct, and reconstruct the composition. A very simple geometry construction underpins the making of this small pietà, which, as we know, has an embryonic idea for the Borghese entombment. A ruled horizontal line intersects a vertical one, the latter finding the center of the composition. And what Raphael is effectively envisaging here in a very succinct manner is a pyramidal geometry that can be better visualized here. So you have compass marks, and so these are compass marks continued, and this is essentially a pyramid. It doesn't need to draw all of these. But this is, of course, the scheme. Using this geometrical framework, Raphael will carry then the 4 attendants on a further drawing, doubling the scale. So what you're seeing here are 2 faces of the same piece of paper. And here you can see for the 4th figure and the Christ, and each of the elements bleeding from each side. Now, this image in natural light also makes it it's very clear the pricking along the outlines of the figures. And so the drawing would have been pricked in pounds for transfer on a fresh piece of paper for further development. Now, we don't have the paper, this new drawing is now lost. It's not, I don't know, it's in someone's loft, I don't know, but it's not with us. But we can gauge its aspect in this little exercise. So, he would have transferred one element and then combined the 2 from recto verso, and then the final drawing would have looked something like this. So the 2 drawings combined, fused through a pyramidal construction. The group of mourners no longer drift away. Instead, they turn to the dead body of Christ. It's a subtle shift, but decisive one. The scene gains fluidity, and with it, a new emotional charge. Far more immediate and compelling than the early composition, where there are they're looking away, so a little bit distracted, so to speak. Now, the drawings for the Borghese entombment are among the most stratigraphic sheets that have survived, reflecting the ambition of the commission. A drawing thinking about the pose of the anatomy of the 3 bearers, it's a scene illustrating such a point. Again, pen and ink, but actually is made of as many as 6 layers. And this is just a video to help you to visualize. So with geometrical constructions, lead, ruler, compass, and there's plenty of blind stylus. There are traces of black chalk now appearing here. And then, of course, pen and ink. And then the body of Christ in red chalk. And finally, the outlines here as well are all pricked for transfer. Completely new, rather revelatory to me, were these shorthand horizontal marks and crosses and vertical marks. They are not related to the overall composition, but rather correspond to the anatomy, and most likely served as proportional notations. I mean, I can't find a better explanation, but if anyone has any ideas, please do get in touch. But my impression is that Raphael is working from a laid model, presumably mannequins, which may account for this, they're a little bit rigid, so to speak. And then he's annotating key anatomical points on the paper with a blind stylus before using pen and ink. Although these figures, of course, will be eventually clothed in the painting, Raphael wants to get it absolutely right. He seeks to understand the inner mechanics of the anatomy in a moment of intense competition in Florence with Michelangelo and Leonardo. Now, other delightful details have come down to light, likely for me of much easier interpretation. So in this splendid luminous drawing preparatory for the Virgin and Child of the Meadow, which you will see in the exhibition, again, raking light, which is such a simple and yet powerful tool, has shown that Raphael had initially conceived Christ in a gesture of blessing. So this is actually a quite sophisticated image in raking light. There's a 3D imaging, and you can see the incisions left into the paper. And here is Christ, who's blessing. So a very different idea from the one he eventually realizes in the painting, where he's sort of grasping the Red Cross. Now, Raphael had actually tried this idea in a sheet in Vienna, which is also be able to see in the exhibition. Here he is looking in a first idea towards his cousin and blessing exactly like in the underdrawing of our drawing. Now, such a discoveries act as a constant reminder of Raphael's ability to manipulate and exploit paper, this incredibly malleable material, which Raphael's hands becomes an active, a dynamic component of the drawing, not just as a support. We always talk about materials, techniques, but actually paper is a positive element, a medium in itself. Alongside chalk blind stylus, we've heard it from Cordelia before, Raphael largely employed lead point, another discrete medium and often elusive to us, making particularly difficult to detect. Embedded in a drawing of 1503, speaking of his collaboration with Pinturicchio in Siena, is a minute sketch in lead point. For years, this fragment was either overlooked or misinterpreted, its faintness rendering it almost invisible. Careful scrutiny, however, revealed that it's not an arbitrary grouping, but a reworked memory of Leonardo's Virgin and Child with Santan, a composition then known through a celebrated cartoon, now lost but preserved in a famous description by Pietro da Novellara in later iterations. Of course, Brescianino copy, and notably Leonardo's own version, which of course I'm showing you flipped here in the Louvre. The Virgin stretches her arms to separate the child from the lamb, as described in the letter by Pietro da Novellara. Also, they're facing left, as in the description, while the child twists his body towards her gaze. Now, this tender interaction, rather than the complex interlocking of bodies, arguably too intellectualized for Raphael's sensibility, is what captures the artist's intention. So how did Raphael know this composition drawn on a drawing on a sheet of 1503? Could this represent a most compelling visual document of Raphael's visit to Leonardo's workshop as early as 1503, rather than 1504, when we still today often traditionally place the beginning of his stay? Here, a faint sketch becomes more than a sketch. It is a trace of presence. Discoveries, however, have taken all forms and shapes. Among the most intriguing drawings, Edi Ashmolean, is this double-sided sheet. While the theme of the children at play on the verso clearly draws on classical prototypes, it was most surprising for me to discover that Raphael turns to the antique, even for details that appear to be taken from life, as often described in the related literature. Now, the stepping figure, for example, is clearly inspired by reliefs of this kind. Yet, as he draws, Raphael reshapes the model with a distinctly modern sensibility. His ability to animate the figure, to capture the fleeting movement through a rapid gestural use of the pen, is particularly evident here. Observations like these open up broader questions, not only about Raphael, but about the material culture in which he was operating. They touch on the still unresolved issue of his knowledge of the antique before Rome. Did he travel to the papal city as early as 1506, as some have suggested? I remain unconvinced, but then if not, what does a comparison like this tell us about the antiquarian culture of Florence at the moment? Was Raphael working from replicas, from drawn copies, or from original antiquities? And if so, in which collections? It is, of course, questions the catalogue entry cannot fully answer, but we can open up at least the question. Now, the Oxford collection is exceptional not only for the number and historical significance of the works, but also for the presence of true rarities. And I'd love to share with you this drawing, and many of which are still in need of critical reassessment. Among them, this drawing of a skeleton, which while accurate, it is accurate because the main, things are there, it is notably summary. In fact, so summary that some scholars have taken it as evidence of Raphael's superficial interest in anatomy or even inability to draw it. And this is when this side of the drawing is not simply overlooked altogether. Now, Massari mentions Raphael's interest in anatomy in a passage of his biography that perhaps it's more than a rhetorical trope and reflect the knowledge of a lost corpus of drawings. The point being that, to me, there is nothing superficial or unskilled here. Raphael was not aiming at a painstaking Leonardesque scientific study. Rather, such works reveal his intellectual approach to paper. Never pedantic, but thoughtful and economical. He draws only what is necessary to understand the structure, the placement of the bones and the muscles, and that proportional relationship, before moving to red chalk to articulate the fleshy form. As I approach the end of my presentation, I hope, Carmen, you will allow me a very brief footnote and a chronological leap, which in a way will work as an introduction to next session dedicated to Raphael in Rome. While we have universally celebrated Thomas Lawrence as the architect behind the arrival of Raphael's drawings in England, we have perhaps underestimated the role played by his agent, Samuel Woodburn. Because one of the most beautiful drawings in the world, I would argue the most beautiful drawing in the world, long folded in Lawrence's Raphael series, was in fact not acquired by Lawrence at all, as we've said for a very long time. It was acquired by Samuel Woodburn, his agent. What we are dealing with is not a nuance, it's a mistake, repeated uncritically since Robinson first introduced it in 1870. The evidence is unequivocal. Sales catalogue, Woodburn's own testimony, the correspondence surrounding the acquisition of the drawings by Raphael by the museum in 1842, all this evidence points to the same conclusion, that the drawing, in fact, arrived in England from Amsterdam in 1833, 3 years after Thomas Lawrence's death. He knew of it. He knew of his. It seems that in this letter he's referring exactly to this drawing that was in fact in that collection in Amsterdam, but he never possessed it. The question that arises from these and other clues that I don't have the time to share with you today is what else did Woodburn bring into this corpus? What else was subsequently absorbed retrospectively into Lawrence's collection? At what point the so-called Lawrence-Raphael series acquired by the museum in 1842 begin to look less like a coherent act of collecting and more like a construction to which Woodburn contributed. This is, of course, not a footnote. It's a shift in perspective that opens up future line of inquiry. Because I hope, as I hope I've shown today, new sketches continue to emerge, sometimes quite literally from within the paper itself, and with them come new interpretations of Raphael's processes, of his chronology, and of the networks through which his works were preserved and transformed and transmitted through time. It is precisely this interplay between material discovery, interpretative revision, that gives the field its urgency. Carmen's remarkable exhibition and the work we are all sharing with you today reminds us that Raphael studies remain a living discipline, and that even after over 500 years, we are, in many respects, still at the beginning. Thank you.
So I have to say, I am learning tons, and I hope that you are too, and taking notes like mad. We have been having such an extraordinary program with such distinguished speakers who also have contributed the best of their discoveries. So welcome back to session 3 of the afternoon, final session. And we continue with the scholarly papers discussing the technical aspects of Raphael's career in Rome. The use of full-scale drawings or cartoons, the techniques of fresco painting, and the collaborations with workshop assistants are all elements that sustained Raphael's extraordinary success in Rome as he invented an artistic language of glory and majesty for the papacy. I think that we don't often actually acknowledge that part. We get taken away by the iconography that helps us understand so much what is symbolic and the means of messaging, papal messaging, and all that. And we forget sometimes that a lot of the visual rhetoric that Raphael is deploying also relies in an important and significant ways on his commands of just perfect artistic techniques. So I would like to introduce all 3 speakers at this point. Dottore Maurizio Michelozzi has been a conservator restorer in the Galleria degli Uffizi in Florence since 2018. He earned his degree in the conservation of works of art on paper from the Opificio delle Pietre Dure in Florence and subsequently from the Università della Tuscia in Viterbo. From 2015 to 2018, he served as chief conservator in charge of the conservation project for Raphael's large preparatory cartoon for the School of Athens at the Pinacoteca Ambrosiana in Milan. If you have an opportunity to go to Milan to see that enormous cartoon, I want you to recognize that it is Maurizio Michelozzi who resurrected that cartoon in one of the most brilliant interventions to conserve it and give it a sense that is truly not only understandable visually, but also brought the condition to a very, very fresh state. So Maurizio's restoration of Raphael's cartoon for the School of Athens in the Ambrosiana, I will always consider it absolutely brilliant. Dr. Michelozzi's research focuses primarily on the study of techniques of prints, drawings, and paintings on paper and parchment. Our second speaker, Dottore Paolo Violini, is chief restorer of the Painting Restoration Laboratory of the Vatican Museums, where he began working in 1988. And director Dr. Barbara Jatta of the Vatican Museums has already mentioned several of the extraordinary projects on which Paolo Violini was a leading conservator, and especially, we must say, Stanza della Segnatura and Stanza di Eliodoro. He was the restorer on the conservation team cleaning the frescoes by Michelangelo and Perugino in the Sistine Chapel from 1989 to 1994. He then turned to the cleaning of Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican Palace, and he completed the conservation of the Stanza della Segnatura in the year 2000 and the Stanza di Eliodoro in 2012. He has continued his work on Raphael's Vatican paintings, such as the Madonna di Foligno, the Altarpiece of the Coronation of the Virgin, and the Predella, and the Saint Peter and Paul, that also Dr. Jatta showed in her keynote lecture. He cleaned the fresco fragment of the Puto holding a garland from the Accademia Nazionale di San Luca in 2021, which we have on display in the Metz exhibition. I will also say that thanks to Paolo Violini's cleaning of that fresco fragment, we can now fully understand it as an entirely autographed work by Raphael's hand And perhaps, and actually personally, I feel that that is really the major and the first version of that puto, if we contrast it to the prophet Isaiah in the church, in the pilaster of Sant'Agostino, in the church of Sant'Agostino in Rome. Dottore Violini has lectured and published widely, especially on Raphael's paintings. So our third and last but brilliant scholar, speaker, Dr. Furio Rinaldi, is curator in charge of the Achenbach Foundation for the Graphic Arts at the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. A specialist of Italian Renaissance drawings, he has contributed to numerous exhibitions and he has published widely. At the Fine Arts Museum in San Francisco, he organized color into line, pastels from the Renaissance to the present. In 2021, the critically acclaimed Botticelli's drawings in 2023, and Tamara dell'Empicka in 2025. And I also want to say, again, on a personal note, Furio has been one of the great scholars of Leonardo's drawings, also having organized the exhibition in the Biblioteca Ambrosiana, I believe in 2018. Furio, you will correct me. He has held fellowships at the Fondazione Roberto Longhi in Florence, Villa Itati, the Harvard University Center for Italian Renaissance Studies, and an Andrew W. Mellon Fellowship in the Department of Drawings and Prints at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And Furio, it's our pleasure to welcome you back to the Met, to say di casa. So please welcome Dottore Maurizio Michelozzi for our first presentation of this session.
Thank you, Carmen, very much for everything. For me, it's an honor to be with you today. In 2007, in an essay I wrote for Print Quarterly, where at the conclusion of my research of a famous dry point by Dürer, the Saint Jérôme by the polar willow, where I reclassify the states of this print, concluded by quoting a passage from the Shelley-Fletcher study, a reclassification of two Mantegna prints, on which she reflects on the fallibility of our eyes and memories, and that the false conclusion can be reached unless we know absolutely what is that we are seeing. And this is something I always keep in mind, as in the research I'm about to present to you today, which show that interpreting the construction of a Renaissance pre-party cartoon must give rise to new and different reflections. Although various Renaissance sources provide specific information on the production of pre-party cartoons, no written record exists to certain technical aspects of their assembly. This is probably because these highly specialized processes were passed on orally within workshop. This study aims to determine whether there were standardized, well-defined rules for assembling sheets into supports of various scales of Renaissance pre-party cartoons, particularly those of Raphael. Carmen Bambach study, which contextualized the various historical sources, was fundamental at the outset of the research. And without that research, my research, it would not be possible. Various sheet sizes were in use from the 14th century onwards, with Reale and Rezzuta being the most commonly used for pre-party cartoons during the Renaissance. Please keep in mind that at the center of a sheet here of a handmade paper from this period, there is the imprint of the rope on which the sheet was strung to dry. So, when a foglio reale is cut in half, we could find the imprint of the rope along a margin. So, keep in mind that then we will see some example. Key evidence derives from documents preserved at the State Archives in Florence, detailing the provision and processing of paper for the cartoons of the Battle of Fangari and the Battle of Cascina. These records attest to payments made to cartolari, stationers, and book traders for the acquisition of sheets needed to create the support, involving these specialized craftspeople in quadratura, squaring, and appianatura flattening operation. Some of the terms used in historical sources referring to highly specific technical operation are ambiguous, with several possible meanings. In light of this, I will show that the term quadratura, in reference to the two great battles commissioned to the Palazzo della Signoria, now Palazzo Vecchio, probably did not indicate the trimming of the sheet, or not just that, but rather to a more complex geometrical partitioning of the surface into panels achieved by assembling groups of sheets. While we lack equivalent payment documentation for Raphael, his surviving cartoons are the largest of the Renaissance and allow to direct examination. Bear in mind that the School of Athens originally also included the upper section featuring the architectural elements. However, the method of their assembly only became clear through a crucial comparison with the preparatory cartoons of Fra Bartolomeo ad Uffizi. Studying Fra Bartolomeo works revealed that sheets were not assembled sequentially. Instead, they were first assembled into subsets, which were later joined to create the entire surface. Fra Bartolomeo's cartoon of Saint Mary Magdalene, 1509, proves this. Watermark analysis showed that the four left-hand sheets bear a crescent watermark, while the four right-hand sheets a trilobate Latin cross. This proves two distinct vertical strips assembled separately from two different reams of paper were joined together. This highlights the methodical labor involved and the potential time intervals between paper production, sale, and use. Below are the other cartoons by Fra Bartolomeo that have been studied, all of which show a preliminary assembly of groups of sheets. Here you see the preparatory cartoons of St. Peter and Paul for the paintings that Barbara Jatta showed before. So you don't have to visit just the Vatican Museum, but also the Uffizi Gallery. And then you go more up on north and you go to the Ambrosiana Pinacoteca. So I already planned your next vacation. So this is the Holy Family for the Tondo Visconti Venosta, Saint Catherine of Siena, and Saint Jerome, and Saint John the Evangelist. Watermark analysis provided an important starting point, studying the assembling process of Raphael cartoons, helping pinpoint the time frame and location of production. Regarding the School of Athens, the watermark found here is a Gothic T or Tau from Fabriano, which appears in the other Raphael drawings from this period, and the drawing below it's in the exhibition. For the Sistine Chapel tapestry, these massive cartoons at the Victoria and Albert Museum feature a distinct watermark, which was not found before. A crossbow with a trigger inscribed within an ellipse or circle. This same crossbow watermark appears in 4 Uffizi drawings, including the study for St. Paul preaching in Athens, which serve a clear example of the halved reale format, as well as studies of the liberation of St. Peter, Moses striking water from the rock. Finally, yeah, and you see here is very interesting because this is sheet reale cut in half from the preparatory cartoon of Victoria and Albert, and of the same size is the preparatory drawing, a study for this subject, for this cartoon, and the watermark is the same. And here there is also the print from the rope, so since this is a foglio reale cut in half, I'll show you in the beginning. And finally, the partial watermark on the cartoon fragment for Giulio Romano daisies has been identified to a crossbow inscribed within a circular shape. And here too, in this margin, there is the imprint from the cord. Now let us return to the construction of the support of the large School of Athens cartoon at Ambrosiana. Keep in mind the pattern now that I show you observed in Fra Bartolomeo preparatory cartoons. Analysis of the joints between the sheet clearly reveals a modular assembly method in which groups of 8 sheets sheets fogli reali cut in half were pre-assembled and joined together. An important finding thus emerged from this analysis, which had to be verified by comparing the 7 large preparatory tapestry cartoons held in the Victoria and Albert Museum. And I had to thank very much the Victoria and Albert Museum and Factum Art, which allow me to analyze all his incredible digital documentation. Without that, it would not be possible, this research. And this investigation highlighted that these two were composed of a modular structure in which each grouping consists of 8 sheets. Again, these are reale sheets cut in half. The analysis proved more complex than initially apparent. However, as the sheets are mainly oriented vertically, but some horizontally oriented modules are also exist. Moreover, there was a marked difference in the width of certain joints compared to others. So how solve this problem? Beyond studying the orientation of the overlapping joints, it became essential to create a diagram recording all their widths of the overlapping. This made it possible to clarify the construction method and provide information on the various assembling phases, 4 distinct phases. So, and this is the diagram for the School of Athens. So, phase 1, primary joints. 8 sheets, reali cut in half, were paired by overlapping, obtaining a module. These joints are narrow from 8 to 1.7 to 2.5 centimeters. So from 8 millimeters to about 2.5 centimeters. And the narrow film adhesion strongly suggests that these initial modules were assembled using a workshop press. So here there is how the sequence, so before a pair of two, then they were assembled in this way, and at the end you have the primary module. And so you have here the result. And then there is a phase 2 secondary joins. These 8 sheets module were joined into groups of 2 or 4 modules. The joins became slightly wider and more irregular, 1.3 to 3.1 centimeters. So they were joined, and so you obtain these larger modules. And so we have the phase 3, where these overlapping are from 2.2 to 4.4 centimeters. And then so the joints of the third phase are these. And then you have the final phase, which is the phase 4, with quaternary joins, where the macro groups were finally assembled to achieve the ultimate cartoon dimensions, which are these. These final joints are the widest and most irregular, ranging from 2.9 to over 8.6 centimeters. Understanding this precise modular construction provides an important diagnostic tool also when looking at Raphael fragmentary cartoons. The cartoon for Moses before the burning bush at the Capodimonte reveals a fragmentary group of 8 sheets of the reale format cut in half, oriented vertically at the center, and others arranged horizontally with the previously described joins, primary, secondary, tertiary, and possibly quaternary, with the final joints being much wider in order to assemble the macro groups. Positioning the 3 fragments of the expulsion of Heliodorus from the temple cartoon, 2 angels' head at the Louvre and the horse head at Ashmolean, as they are placed in the composition, show that the paper used can be traced back to reale sheets cut in half that were oriented horizontally to create the support. And you have in the exhibition this and this. In light of this consideration, even a much smaller cartoon fragment, such as that depicting the Virgin of the Isis, can provide more readily interpretable evidence, despite its incomplete state. We see that there are 2 overlapping joints of the sheets, here and here. Their regularity makes them thus attributable to the primary joints of the initially assembling phases. The placement of the partial watermark, one moment. The partial watermark is there, that is placed here. Relative to the 2 margins, this suggests the hypothesis of 4 sheets, a submultiple of the 8 sheets module previously described. And here you have the watermark from the Uffizi drawing, here from the Victoria and Albert Museum, and here the fragment for the Uffizi pre-party cartoon. And looking at the Raphael pupil Giulio Romano, his cartoon of the Battle of Millian Bridge exactly matches the 4-phase modular assembly of half reale sheets, indicating that the paper support it was likely created before Raphael death. And here you have a watermark of an anchor inscribed in a circle. Conversely, although a modular construction is recognizable in the allegory of the temperance. At the Louvre, a cartoon also created for the Sala di Costantino. It diverges from the parameters identified thus far. It uses, in fact, a Rizzuta format rather than a reale, and its center is built on groups of 4 sheets rather than 8. Here. Because of this profound structural difference, we can speculate this support was made after Raphael's death. Conclusion. The evidence uncovered allowed us to hypothesize that in relation to the Battle of Anghiari and the Battle of Cascina, the term quadratura, in fact, probably it reveals much more than was initially thought, pointing to an entire complex process, does not refer to the simple trimming of sheets, but to a geometric partitioning of the space into panels created by assembling groups of sheets together. The assembling process demonstrates systematicity and reproducibility, which can plausibly be attributed to the labor of specialized artisans, stationers known as cartolai. The organization of the cartolai originated with the Benedictine settlements, which managed the production of illuminated codices. As book output increased, they came to direct workshop under the ownership such as those of illuminators and cartolai. The cartolaior's role was therefore chiefly that of a book craftsman, and saw considerable expansion in the 15th century, especially in the Florence area, under the guild of physicians and apothecaries, which also include printers with a rise of printed books. Cartolai also engage in the sale of paper, thereby guaranteeing its quality, and evidence has emerged showing that they could specialize in assembly sheets to create larger formats. This operation requires skills and special equipment for optimal result, reducing production times and hence cost. Certain peculiarities in the cartoons by Raphael examined in this study point to a common source, and given the master collaboration with the engraver Marcantonio Raimondi, he must have been familiar with the industry, especially as printers' operation integrated with the stationer's trade. A Renaissance pre-party cartoon should be viewed then as the result of a collaboration between different tradespeople, some as creators and others as executors. The workshop of the cartolai would have undoubtedly played a specific and widespread role in producing these art objects. Thank you.
So, first of all, I want to thank you, Carmen. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the staff of the Met for this unique possibility to be here. My presentation will focus on Raphael's extraordinary evolution of style and technique in the Vatican frescoes in a stanze between 1508 and 1514. After arriving in the Vatican in 1508, Raphael began working in the central room of Pope Julius II apartments, later known as Stanza della Segnatura, Signature Room, which contains his most famous frescoes. Within a few years, he underwent a stylistic maturation unmatched in his time, steadily refining his technique by developing his own skill and absorbing innovation from the work of the others. According to Giorgio Vasari, other artists called by Pope Julius II had already begun decorating the rooms, including Giovanni Antonio Bazzi, Il Sodoma, who started a vault with frames and grotesques for later figurative scenes. Recent restorations have clarified his technique and led to reassessment of his relationship with Raphael and the chronology of the works. Sodoma began at the top, painting a perspectival octagon with putti supporting the papal coat of arms against a blue sky. He worked downward in concentric giornate, finishing with the corner corbels. In fresco, he merely outlined the fictive frames for the medallions and the scenes in the spandrels, later painted by Raphael. His work was divided in two phases. First, he painted in fresco, sketching out frames using simple earth pigments. Then, in a second stage, in secco, added the gilding and refined details using the more vivid and precious color of his original and imaginative grotesques. Among the pigments that by their nature could not be used in fresco, but only a secco, were azurite, blue, malachite, green, cinnabar, red, and lead white, bianca. Lead white was used to go over the highlight parts of the frames, giving them a cooler and more vibrant tone, often modifying and correcting the initial fresco layer. Sodoma's lead white is also found on the plaster of Raphael's Theology on the Vault, a figure linked to the disputation of the Holy Sacrament below. This shows Raphael had already painted the figure when Sodoma finished his decoration, suggesting the two artists shared the same scaffolding for a certain period of time. Analysis of the Theology Tondo reveals execution anomalies. Three plaster sections, seemingly independent yet overlapping the surrounding paint, were added later. These represent corrections, a second version of an already completed figure. Raking light images of the giornata corresponding to the face with the beautiful semi-transparent veil clearly show the plaster reapplied after the removal of the previous layer. And the same can be observed in the images of the two ends. Comparing the theology with the other allegories, philosophy, justice, and poetry, it shows a more laborious execution. Theology was first painted in 5 giornate and later heavily revised, while the others were completed regularly in 4, without correction or traces of lead white, suggesting a later date of execution. During the ceiling first phase of execution, the large archivolt on the west wall was also completed to frame Raphael's disputation of the Holy Sacrament. The right half arch was painted simultaneously with a ceiling giornata, as shown by the continuous, symmetrically joined plaster layers, and also by the color that often extends from the ceiling onto the wall plaster, visually reinforcing the continuity of the decoration. The pillars beside the disputation also seem painted in continuity with the arch. The left pillar shows a perspectival base in the initial fresco, later altered by Raphael with a secco extension, while the other pillars in the room show no such modification. So everything was ready for the disputation, closely linked to the already complete figure of theology on the vault. Pope Julius II clearly valued the scene, placing it on the wall facing the room entrance. At the beginning of the scene, the yellow putti forming a golden apse suggests sort of experimentation with the fresco technique. Some of them were incised directly into the plaster, like freehand drawings. Others follow an incision made through a preparatory cartoon. Meanwhile, the Eternal Father, like all the angels, is executed using the spolvero technique, retracing on the plaster the outline of the black pigment points as evinced by the hole in the original cartoon. Suddenly, however, the following giornate of the disputation reveal a different and more advanced procedure. To understand the reason for this change, we must closely analyze the fresco of the School of Athens on the opposite wall. The scene is divided into two large halves. The upper lunette is dominated by architectural perspective, painted using a perforated cartoon for spolvero in some reference lines, as also shown by the architectural lines visible in the Ambrosiana cartoon. The spolvero is then followed by direct incision in the coffered walls, while to define in detail the architectural background perspective, Raphael chose to redraw the entire composition directly on the plaster using plumb lines, straight edges, and compasses. In the central area of the scene, Raphael still used the spolvero technique, later reinforced by direct incision into the plaster to emphasize contour lines and details of each individual figure, from strands of hair to the finest folds of drapery. The technique here appears entirely similar to that of the last stages already described in the disputation, as shown by this comparison between the figure of the philosopher Zoroaster and the Eternal Father on the opposite wall. As the fresco progressed downward, Raphael worked with increasing confidence and speed. By the group of Euclid and his disciples, he changed technique. Instead of incising all the spolvero marks, he simply reinforced them with black brush drawing, with a method that would become fundamental to his later composition. This technique, developed during the School of Athens, also appears in all the remaining stages of the disputation, starting from the group of Christ, the Virgin, and the heavenly saints, where Raphael works with increasing confidence, abandoning incision, and painting many figures freehand, without preparatory drawing, a simplification that allows for greater speed, fluidity, and visual impact. This technical and stylistic evolution also characterized the reworking of theology and the making of the other vault figures, all executed with hatched crossed brush strokes over a green base with layered rosy tones, according to the technique of the Umbrian Tuscan school of the late 15th century. and the same modus operandi is still used in the figures in the upper register of the Parnassus, the third fresco painted by Raphael in the signature room. Before, the discovery of Michelangelo's painting imposes a further stylistic leap. In the lower register, in fact, the sculptural power of Michelangelo's style, seen by Raphael in advance with Bramante help, according to Massari, prompted another stylistic and technical evolution. Figures became larger and more monumental, breaking the architectural limits. Poses grew more incisive, with broader, more solid volumes, as seen in this comparison between the gesture of St. Lawrence in the Disputation and that of a poet in the foreground of Parnassus. Light hatchet brushwork gives way to denser, lime-rich impasto. And this shift is clear when comparing the delicately painted mouths of the vault allegories with those of the Virtues, where the Michelangelesque volume is fully integrated into Raphael's style. At the end of the work in this room, Raphael returned to the School of Athens, adding a portrait of Michelangelo with a thicker, more material brushstroke. This fully assimilated influence continues in the Heliodorus room, enriched by a new sense of light and color derived from his contact with Venetian painting. The ideal overhead light of the signature room gives way to a more naturalistic illumination, shaping spaces and figures captured in moments of everyday life, as in the Mass of Bolsena. Here, the priest is depicted almost photographically at the moment of the elevation of the host, assisted by an altar boy, lifting his heavy vestments, and the scene is observed by the Pope, that is portrayed as Julius II, whom Raphael renders in a magnificent portrait. The gemstones in the Pope's rings are painted in fresco with tiny, precise brush strokes that allow no corrections. Reworking the same color would have reduced their brilliance and sense of preciousness. Raphael delights in exploring light, its color, and its reflection on different surfaces, as seen in the warm candlelight playing across the wooden choir stalls, and on the air of certain figures. Here, rather than painting individual strands, he lightly touches the plaster to suggest movement through the flicker of candlelight. In the right foreground, Raphael depicts some of the finest fresco portraits we can find, the bearers of Pope Julius II ceremonial chair. Here the painter becomes even more virtuosic. He mixes the paint, modeling the shadows in an increasingly fluid and free manner. He suggests beards and mustaches through bluish smalt glazes layered over the rosy flesh tones. The draperies are rendered in flat areas of color, applied quickly and summarily, sometimes even without preparatory drawing, allowing the tone of the plaster to show through between the layers. These fluff fields are then animated by sudden flashes of light, swift, freely applied brush strokes that create a striking, effect-driving painting. Even in the expulsion of Heliodorus, Raphael demonstrates extraordinary technical solution in his treatment of the light. He suggests the smoke of the altar candles with an almost impressionistic approach. No drawing, no incision, or spolvero, but a thin lime water that lightens the dark ground and evokes drifting gray smoke. Equally striking is the material density Raphael achieves in fresco, with lime-based paint layers reaching up to 4 or 5 millimeters in thickness. In the Liberation of St. Peter, the true protagonist is the light itself. Raphael orchestrates 5 distinct light sources: the moon, the rising sun, a torch, and the light of the 2 angels, bringing this nocturnal scene to life at the first light of dawn. Reflections of colored light, warm from the angel or the torch, and cold from the moon, strike the various surfaces, creating unprecedented lighting effects, as seen in this soldier armor. The inner glow of the cell is achieved with broad smalt brush strokes over luminous pink base, softened by sfumato that enhance the backlighting of the foreground architecture. A comparison of the central angel before and after cleaning reveals a clear shift in tonal balance, especially in the wings. 19th century restorations had created a cutout effect, leaving the figures almost untouched and artificially backlit. In reality, the angel itself is a source of light. So Raphael set the wings against a luminous ground, defining them only with a few red strokes and subtle blue variation, while the rest dissolves in the surrounding glow. A remarkable discovery emerged during the restoration. The angel nose and the hair had been heavily overpainted. Once removed, a drip of red fresco paint appeared beneath the nose, striking like an hemorrhage. Disaster. The red pigment was original and could not be eliminated. Someone tried, but without result. A workshop accident, likely caused by a brush loaded with red paint falling onto the fresco surface. So Raphael faced a choice: redo the figure or conceal the flaw. Instead, he wiped away the drop with his finger, leaving the trace of that gesture permanently embedded in fresco. Here. The scene we see today includes hours later retouching with reconstructed the hair and once again conceal the red mark. To conclude, one of the true protagonists of this extraordinary nocturne is the moon, painted with the aid of a compass. You see, in raking light. I think that Raphael himself must have been fascinated by the cold light and also by the dark side of the moon. Thank you.
thank you for bearing with us. I also wish to thank Marianna Siciliano, the extraordinary public program department at the Met, and of course Carmen Bambach for giving us the gift of this memorable exhibition that really, it's a once in a generation. Like, we're really also moved by the experience of this show. So today I will discuss the last 7 years of Raphael's career, which began in 1513 with the election of the Medici Pope, Leo X, and ended abruptly in 1520 with the artist's death, of course, at the age of just 37. These years represent the culminating phase of Raphael's artistic language, as we saw from Paolo Violini's spectacular images of his frescoes at the Vatican, marked by an unsurpassed synthesis and control of his classical sources with the Christian message. Raphael also never left Rome in these years, so it shows really his deep love for the city and his commitment to the many endeavors that he was carrying out with his workshop. Under the protection and the patronage of Pope Leo X, which we should remind he was the son of Lorenzo il Magnifico, so he was an artist, a man born into a world of exquisite taste and really sophisticated culture. Under Pope Leo, Raphael further deepened the classical foundation of his art, thanks also to his appointment as superintendent of Roman antiquities. His compositions acquire a new monumental grandeur, sometimes through striking simplicity, in which gesture become more eloquent and imbued with ancient authority. From antiquity, as well as from contemporaries, such as Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael absorbed both the vigor of the body and the sweetness of human affection. At the same time, his artistic output becomes more varied, his vision of the world much more expansive. We have seen just in these images the moonlight and the candles, days and night, morning, is such a variety and comprehensive understanding of nature. His boundless creativity is expressed at a large scale of monumental altarpieces and tapestries up to the most minute and marginal decorative elements. Drawing, of course, remains central to his artistic process, a means to test ideas, to refine composition, and coordinate the increasingly complex activity of a large workshop active across multiple media: fresco, panel paintings, tapestry, sculpture, and prints. Despite the extraordinary vitality of this moment, this period has sometimes been characterized as one of artistic decline. Giorgio Vasari famously criticized the role of the workshop in works of this period, opposing Raphael's collaborative practice with Michelangelo's heroic solitude. This narrative was also shaped and kind of prompted by Michelangelo's own circle, including Sebastiano del Piombo, whose rivalry with Raphael pupils was intensified by competition for major commissions at stake after the master's death in 1520. 19th century scholarship further reinforced the contrast between the perceived purity of Raphael's early style, especially, with the supposed compromised nature of his late work, often attributed to excessive workshop intervention. So following this trajectory, recent scholarship in the last, I would say, 40 years has frequently focused on separating the master's hands from that of his pupils, sometimes excluding works of remarkable beauty that fail to conform to the abstract expectation of Raphael's stylistic perfection. For example, just to foreground today's discussion, I want to illustrate two magnificent red chalk drawings for the lower basement, the dado of Vatican's Room of the Fire in the Borgo. The drawings relate to the marble herms flanking the seated kings treated as gilded bronze statues. on this wall. They're studied from life and showing the athletic prowess of the models, of course. These two drawings attest to Raphael's ingenuity as a designer. Giorgio Vasari claimed that this section of the wall was Giulio Romano's first major painted work in Raphael's shop. So given this notice, modern scholars have also attributed the beautiful two drawings to Giulio Romano, or alternatively, attempted to distinguish hands within these virtually identical drawings. They're done in the same technique, in the same hue of red chalk, on the same laid paper. And scholars have attributed, alternatively, one to Raphael and one to Giulio. So these are the kind of acquisition quibbles that really have been extensive in the literature, in Raphael literature over the last 40 years. And they kind of remind me of this, famous scene in the beloved movie. The tendency of overestimating the contribution of the workshop culminated in 2012 in the exhibition Late Raphael, which was in Madrid, held in Madrid and Paris, and I had the pleasure of going there with Carmen, I remember. The very title of the exhibition suggests a sense of closure and decline. Yet, as Silvia Ferino-Padgen argued, and I am profoundly indebted to Silvia Ferino for her studies and especially for today's lecture, Raphael himself never really experienced no sense of ending. He died at 37, his death came suddenly at the height of his talent, and his art does not reflect any perception of finish or anxiety, as one could apply to Botticelli, which is an artist that I know better. His later work really is a reflection of the anxiety, in his life and in that moment, historical moment. Or if we think of Turner or Monet or Titian. So this part of his career, of Raphael's career, should instead be understood as a moment of extraordinary creative energy, particularly visible in his innovative use of drawings. So using this medium as a through line, today I will examine several major projects of this year's in order to show how drawing functioned as a flexible tool to both of invention and collaboration. Far from operating as a rigid or industrialized system, Raphael's workshop allowed for a more fluid exchange of ideas, in which assistants could interpret and even challenge the master's design in ways not unlike the collaborative practices pioneered earlier by Leonardo da Vinci, with whom Raphael overlapped at the Vatican in 1513. So by refining and perfecting the collaborative practice first ushered in by Leonardo, Raphael established a template for workshop practice that would become canonical in art history. So Silvia Ferino has observed that while Raphael's early career was marked by numerous life studies, his final 7 years saw a shift toward more elaborate and finished modelli, models. This transition likely stems from the artist's matured ability to visualize compositions entirely in his mind, allowing him to bypass preliminary detail work. His drawings from around 1515 onwards became more condensed, serving also as blueprints for other members of the workshop to be translated into finished works. One of the earliest examples, altarpieces of this period, and one of the stars of the Carmen's exhibition is the Saint Cecilia, completed by 1515. Long attributed to Raphael's pupil, Giovan Francesco Penni, the preparatory drawing in the Petit Palais has been restored by Carmen Bambach to Raphael's, thank you, Carmen, on the basis of its technique and style, particularly, I quote from your catalog, the highly controlled pen work and subtle modeling in wash. Indeed, the style of the drawing corresponds to other modelli produced by Raphael around 1515, including the study for the tapestry series. We see here the draft of fishes. Relevant to the attribution, I think, is also the artist's ability to convey varied emotional states, especially in the complete absorption of Cecilia and Mary Magdalene, who appear almost detached from the earthly realm as they listen to the music coming from heaven, from above. So here, Raphael, in this small drawing, you'll see it in the exhibition, is able to translate an acoustic experience into a visual one. In the final painting, Cecilia's spiritual abandonment is visualized by adding the remarkable detail of the falling organ pipes. So she's so transported and absorbed by listening to the music coming from the heavens that she let the pipes of her organ that she's holding fall down. It's a highly romantic motif, of course, that was in fact picked up only in the 19th century by Stendhal when he visited Bologna during his travels to Italy. This drawing likely served multiple purposes as a modello sent to Bologna for the approval, and the earliest provenance of the drawing is Bolognese, in fact, but also as a design used by Marcantonio Raimondi for the engraving, which in fact reflects this intermediary stage of the composition. So with the Saint Cecilia, Raphael inaugurated a practice whereby preparatory drawings could also circulate through prints, and extending the reach of his invention, as we shall see later. In the Vatican logge that we have seen this morning with director Barbara Jatta, which were frescoed by Raphael and his workshop from about 1516 onward, the modelli served a very different purpose. Unlike the Saint Cecilia, they were not intended for patronal approval nor for translation into print. Executed in a rapid and abbreviated pen style, they function primarily as working tools, indicating the arrangement and scaling of the figures within the vault decoration, and they're all squared to be enlarged into larger drawings or cartoons. Raphael's graphic language here reaches an extraordinary degree of synthesis. Forms are simplified, figures are reduced in number, gestures amplify for clarity. The frescoes were meant to be viewed from a long distance, hence their legibility depended on this economy of means. This compositional clarity in drawing would have a profound impact on 17th century classicism, if we think of the drawings by Nicolas Poussin especially. The workshop responsible for executing the logge included Giulio Romano, Gianfrancesco Penni, Perino del Vaga, Polidoro da Caravaggio, Tommaso Vincitor, and several others. Assistants occasionally produce intermediary drawings in order to interpret Raphael's design more fully. This vigorous pen study at Wright with the distribution of the Holy Land at Windsor has been variably attributed to Raphael, Giulio Romano, and most convincingly to Perino del Vaga by Linda Wolk-Simon. It illustrates how assistants could internalize and reinterpret Raphael compositional ideas. The swift and energetic pen style of this sheet matches what Perino had learned in Florence from his teacher Ridolfo del Ghirlandaio, as shown in Ridolfo's drawings at left. So considering the absence of underdrawing, implying that the draftsman was either capable of devising a composition without significant pentimenti, as pointed out by Martin Clayton, we can argue that Perino was working from a pre-existing drawing, furnished by Raphael, of course, in which the basic design had been determined. Arthur Popham and Johannes Wilde, two great drawing scholars from the 40s and 50s, expressed skepticism that assistants could transform Raphael's minimal sketches into finished drawings. However, this is precisely what Raphael Workshop achieved. A comparable process can be observed in the production of the tapestry cartoons, where Raphael's often concise, very succinct designs were translated into increasingly complex formats by members of his workshop. The abbreviated drawing style, capable of achieving maximum expressivity through economy of forms, but a rich pictorial layering of materials, such as chalk and washes, also characterizes the lesser-known modelli, I'm showing just one, for full-length apostles frescoed in the Sala dei Chiaroscuri or Sala dei Palafrenieri or Sala del Pappagallo, many names, adjacent to the Sala di Costantino. This room was completed between 1517 and 1519, and it survives in a highly repainted state today. And I know from our colleague at the Vatican that they are beginning a campaign of investigation in this very important and lesser-known room. And I really want to thank Francesca Parrilla, Fabrizio Biferali, and all the colleagues at the Vatican Museum who furnished the photos of the hall. So drawings for this room have been marginalized in the literature or attributed to members of Raphael's workshop, while they show a strength of design entirely characteristic of the master's drawing style put in place in the Logge, which is a kind of a concurring commission at the time. The upcoming campaign of this all from our colleagues will help certainly understand Raphael's activity at this period, at this time. When confronted with increasingly ambitious and monumental projects, Raphael continued, of course, to rely on life drawing, employing assistants as models in order to secure the naturalism of pose and proportions, the credibility of bodily presence, and the classical dignity of the figures. Since Leonardo's experiments with red chalk from the 1480s, this medium had become the most congenial one for figure studies, capable of conveying and suggesting flesh tones through color and the softness of the skin and drapery in texture. Raphael began to use red chalk extensively in his Florentine period, but particularly from 1510, often employing a sharply pointed stick with great precision, as seen in the striking study from Lille that we saw earlier today, with an assistant posing for the Alba Madonna, the drawing that you see at left. Where earlier studies like this one privileged a more linear and analytic rendering of the anatomy, almost understood from within, from around 1515, Raphael's interest shifted towards the modulation of volume through light and shadow. In the study for the Virgin in the Holy Family for François Premier, the chalk seemed almost to glide across the surface of the paper, producing a much more pictorial effect. The heightened attention to chiaroscuro and the sfumato may also be read as an homage to the drawing technique of Leonardo, King Francis' favorite painter, as Carmen Bambach and Silvia Ferino have suggested also. The culmination of this practice can be seen in the extraordinary sequence of 7 red chalk studies for the nudes in the frescoes at Villa Farnesina in Rome, commissioned by Agostino Chigi. This group represents one of the earliest sustained exploration of the female nude in Italian Renaissance drawing, making Raphael arguably the first artist since antiquity to engage systematically with the female body in the nude, as also argued by David Exergen. At a time when it was still highly unusual for women to pose as models, some of these drawings convey a striking sense of anatomical truthfulness, raising the question of whether Raphael may indeed have drawn from female models. Each of these sheets for the Farnesina demonstrate a distinct approach to the nude. The study for the 3 Graces that you see here from Windsor was likely drawn from life, perhaps using either a male or female assistant as models. I more leaning towards a young male assistant. But in the study for Hebe and Proserpina, Raphael instead drew inspiration from a Renaissance copy of a classical relief that was known in the 16th century, in the 15th century, from which he derived the mirrored pose of the reclining nude seen from the back. These individual studies were then assembled into larger compositional designs that clarified the spatial relationship and interaction among the figures. At the Farnesina, the process can be observed with these two drawings at the Custodia in Paris and in Vienna for the wedding of Alexander and Roxane, where the figures are still presented in the nude, even though they would later appear draped in the final fresco. Because such compositional drawing represent a staging of earlier studies, they lack, of course, some of the immediacy of the individual figure studies that we've seen before. Yet, this relative calm should not lead us to question Raphael's authorship, as often been done for these drawings. The refined modulation of line, the delicacy of the red chalk, the subtle variation in pressure and density impart to the figures a sculptural quality, as if they were conceived as marble reliefs translated into drawing. And you can see the drawing at left in the exhibition. It's almost like emerging from the sheet of paper. It's so beautiful. Giulio Romano, Raphael's principal collaborator at the Farnesina, was undoubtedly shaped by his exposure in this, to these remarkable drawings. A number of contested sheets related to the frescoes have therefore been attributed to Giulio Romano, including this Louvre study of a young woman holding a mirror and possibly connected with an unrealized scene of the toilet of Psyche. Although the drawing convincingly conveys the sensual atmosphere characteristic of the Farnesina cycle, its handling of red chalk appears comparatively rigid, with mechanical cross-hatching that is much more meticulous and less fluid than in Raphael's own studies. While this drawing has been recently shown in London as a Raphael's, I concur with several scholars, including Carmen, Bambach, and Linda Wolk-Simon, that this should be given to his workshop. On the other hand, when evaluating the red chalk drawing's attribution to Giulio Romano, it is very difficult for me, at least, to reconcile the sensitivity and technical control of that sheet with the much stiffer double-sided drawing for the Toilet of Psyche in Toronto, an early pen-and-ink drawing by Giulio Romano, which should be dated from around the same years of the Farnesina. With the emergence of the strong artistic personality of Giulio, we begin to see how the expanding workshop participates more actively and directly in the drawing process, while still maintaining an essentially assisting role. The irregular and highly idiosyncratic inclusion of the pupils within Raphael's creative process becomes particularly evident in the devotional paintings on panel, especially the Madonna and Child produced for private patrons in Rome. Attempts to isolate the contribution of the individual pupils have often resulted in an inflation of their early graphic corpuses, especially of Penny and Giulio Romano, and the removal of meaningful works from Raphael's. So long attributed to Giulio Romano on account of his connection to one of his early paintings, this exquisite red chalk Madonna and Child displays all the hallmarks of Raphael's Roman studies of the mid-1510s. The Christ Child turns towards the viewer with striking liveliness. It's almost surprised by the presence of the draftsman drawing him. And you can see it as unlike the rather stiff, I would say, figure in Giulio's painted version. And the energetic handling of the red chalk conveys the softness of flashes and the luminosity of the figures and the draperies. The drawing likely served Giulio as a model for his painted Madonna, though it remains unclear whether Raphael intentionally provided his pupil with his own invention or whether Giulio reused a sheet circulating within the workshop. A comparable dynamic links the lively red chalk study at the Metropolitan Museum with 3 standing toddlers. The forceful handling of the red chalk and the sculptural monumentality of the figure supports a dating to Raphael's later Roman years rather than earlier. The drawing served as a model for Christ Child in a painting now in Vienna, and I think also for the so-called Madonna del Passeggio work that is on loan in the National Galleries of Scotland. In both composition, in both works, Christ functions as the compositional link between the Virgin and the kneeling St. John the Baptist. The paintings are generally attributed to Raphael's workshop, often associated with the more classicizing manner of Gianfrancesco Penni. In their time, I must say, these two paintings were considered by Raphael, and they were very renowned. The painting in Vienna was an altarpiece in Milan, in San Celso, so it was one of the few paintings by Raphael on public display in northern Italy, and the Madonna del Passeggio is known in so many copies that really attest to its popularity. In this case, Raphael appears to have provided at least the invention and compositional structure of the design, leaving execution to his pupils with varying degree of participation. Technical examination of the underdrawing of the large Roman Madonnas confirms a more fluid and collaborative process than traditionally assumed. The infrared reflectographies, which, as you know, they show the underdrawing of the paintings for the Madonna del Divino Amore in Naples, reveals extensive and forceful revisions drawn with strokes of chalk immediately prior to the painting, suggesting a joint intervention by Raphael and Giulio Romano. And in fact, the painting in the exhibition is attributed to both artists. A very different dynamic emerges in Giulio's Roman painting, autonomous painting, and his peculiar reuse of earlier models by Raphael. In the Madonna and Child with St. John the Baptist at the Galleria Borghese in Rome, the compositional invention derives from a metal point drawing datable much earlier to about 1511-12 at the Ashmolean Museum. Technical analysis showing how closely the underdrawing follows Raphael designs, particularly in the raised arm of the Christ Child and in the Virgin's profile's head. On this basis, scholars, including Konrad Huber, have proposed that the painting may have been begun by Raphael himself and completed by Giulio after the master's death. Giulio's Spinola Madonna at the Getty Museum follows a similar process, as its newly discovered design, also in the exhibition, corresponds closely to another metal point drawing by Raphael, datable to around 1512. And I saw that Cordelia included this drawing within the so-called Raphael sketchbook, pink sketchbook, which should date around those years. Giulio apparently expanded the composition by introducing the fourth figure carrying a basket at right, though I believe that even this motif ultimately derives from Raphael and his own invention, which is traceable through this drawing in Budapest and another drawing at Windsor, which reflect Raphael's sustained engagement with classical models. Such reuse of earlier models, earlier drawings, is not unusual in Renaissance workshops and finds precedence in the collaborative environment fostered by Leonardo da Vinci in Florence and Milan about 15 years prior. In his Libro di Pittura and through his own practice, Leonardo encouraged assistants to reinterpret and challenge the master's invention, sometimes reactivating ideas first explored decades earlier. His Madonna and Child with a Cat, conceived in Florence in the late 1470s, and only later in the 1500s, developed by pupils in Milan, offer a telling example of discontinuity between invention and execution. And the painting at the Brera that you see the baby is holding a lamb, but the infrared reflectography shows that there was a cat, in fact, underneath, just really reflecting Leonardo drawing. And this is the subject of an ongoing research that we are carrying out in San Francisco. The notion of a rigid workshop structure with fixed roles is largely a construction of the 18th and 19th century scholarship. The evidence instead suggests a flexible and highly collaborative environment of Raphael's assistant, sometimes called his family members, closer to Leonardo's model, in which pupils were encouraged to test their artistic identities, not merely by executing them, but responding directly to the master's invention. So I would like to conclude this overview of the draftsmanship in Raphael's workshop by emphasizing possibly the most innovative aspect of his graphic practice in his final decade of his life, which is the systematic production of prints derived from his engravings, from his drawings. From around 1516 onward, the production of prints intensified considerably, including both reproductive engravings after paintings and original composition conceived specifically for print. Raphael, a principal collaborator in this field, active from at least 1508, was Marcantonio Raimondi. And this unique proof impression from Stanford, so very close to San Francisco, for the reconciliation of Minerva and Cupid, is an unfinished plate which was partially reworked in pen and brown ink to indicate passages requiring a stronger chiaroscuro effect in the final print. So it demonstrates the almost surgical precision of Marcantonio's draftsmanship around 1515 and 1520. A similar meticulous pen technique with dense cross-hatching and controlled line work characterizes a group of drawings of single figures, similar in scale and proportions, variously attributed to Raphael, but very likely by his workshop. In each instance, all the drawings were printed, and the relationship between drawing and printmaking in Raphael's workshop remains a field deserving further investigation, particularly regarding draftsmen beyond the master's immediate circle, to whom these sheets are often not fully convincingly attributed to. So to this very point, and to conclude, I would like to introduce you to a drawing recently acquired by the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. It is a large design for a descent from the cross. It was already known in the 19th century and published by Passavant. Technical studies, extensive technical studies and imaging conducted by Cynthia Carnes and Alison Brewer in the Department of Paper Conservation at the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco revealed a complex stratigraphy, an initial blind stylus underdrawing, signs of incisions, reworkings in black chalk, passages of white gouache, and used to suppress earlier compositional ideas, including the figure originally supporting the body of Christ, and then reworkings in red chalk. The drawing reflects Roman graphic idiom from the late 1510s, as attested by many drawings we've seen today, and especially the drawings for the logge. It also reflects, rather precisely, earlier inventions by Raphael, notably the pose of the Dead Christ, developed years later for the Baglioni Borghese altarpiece, the position. The drawing has been, of course, associated with the engraving by Marcantonio Raimondi, whose composition corresponds in reverse. Yet, I find that the sheet corresponds more closely in scale and structure to the chiaroscuro woodcut by Ugo da Carpi that you see at center, which bears the inscription Raphael Urbinas, explicitly crediting Raphael as the inventor of the design. The woodcut closely matches the dimension of the drawing, whereas Marcantonio's engraving is much larger, and comparison reveal compositional adjustments, and while the layered washes and white heightening anticipate the tonal contrast achieved by Ugo da Carpi through the chiaroscuro technique. So it's a highly pictorial drawing when you see it in person. Watermark evidence suggests a date around 1518 or slightly earlier for the woodcut, which, according to recent scholars, should predate Marcantonia's engraving. So since the woodcut was produced during Raphael's lifetime and bears his name, the author of the drawing must have been active within the workshop and probably engaged in preparing designs for his reproductions. Among the Raphael assistants, I really cannot find any name I could really attribute this drawing to. And given the drawing's sophisticated understanding of the tonal values in the woodblock printing, I believe that this may be by Ugo da Carpi himself, which would make one of his rare surviving drawings. Further complexity arises from a related sheet that I identified in Capodimonte, Naples, where the San Francisco drawing also was initially recorded. This composition, this companion sheet, shares similar technical features, but presents slight compositional variations. Examination of its verso, which was very surprising in Naples, revealed black chalk rubbing, a transfer technique, and a preliminary pen sketch corresponding to the design that is now in San Francisco. So the current research suggests that the Naples sheet was the preliminary design that was later transferred onto the San Francisco drawing, which ultimately served to produce the woodblock chiaroscuro engraving. So to conclude the talk and the day, I think that a productive avenue for future research into drawing in Raphael's workshop lies in looking beyond the standard circle of pupils and embracing the wider spectrum of graphic practices and collaboration through which the master's invention continued to evolve until the end of his life. Thank you.
So this third session concludes the symposium. I think you'll agree with me that a very complex artistic portrait of Raphael has emerged during the course of the day, almost, perhaps, leading us to do a new monograph on the artist. I would like to thank, of course, the speakers who have shared their brilliant papers today, so full of discoveries, and also to commend them for their presentations, really beautiful slides, beautiful presentations. I also naturally would like to thank our Mariana Siciliano, who has led this so amazingly well organized, and the program of public programs here, and our people here, the team that sort of manages the Grace Rainey Auditorium. And most importantly for me, since it's been a number of months, Caroline Helenowitz-Hess, who has been the valiant and brilliant research associate throughout the exhibition, and who has done so much to also welcome you today. And so please, a round of applause to Caroline. And lastly, thank you all for coming. I just want to share and it's really great that you are about to applaud. At least two speakers said to me that they were so impressed that the audience here in the Grace Rainey Auditorium seemed in rapt attention. A pin could not be heard being dropped. And so you are a very, very respectful, wonderful, and stimulating audience to whom to present all this. So I would like to clap for you.